FM.
Good morning and welcome to News at 6 on 101.9 ZFM, your lifestyle, leisure and business radio. I am Samuel Intri. Coming up shortly in the bulletin, Growth Investment Partners Ghana invest in springs and boats to drive Ghana's automotive manufacturing, and also Climate Change Minister urges bold investment for Africa's clean energy transition, and also Deputy Chief of Staff insists ethical procurement is key to Ghana's sustainable growth. These and many more stories will be coming your way. Do stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. And now the news in detail. So first story, Growth Investment Partners Ghana, the platform backed by British International Investment, has made a major investment in Springs and Bolt Company Limited, a Kumasi-based automotive parts manufacturer. The funding will help the company triple its production from 4 to 12 metric tons per day with a fully automated leaf spring production line. This expansion is expected to boost Ghana's capacity in automotive manufacturing, reduce import dependence, and strengthen supply chains in mining, agriculture, and logistics. Springs and Bolt, which export more than 70% of its product to ECOWAS countries, also plans to expand its workforce as it positions Ghana as a regional hub for automotive component. And now away from that, the Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability, Seydou Isifo, has called on global leaders and investors to scale up financing for Africa's clean energy transition. Speaking at the Unstoppable Africa 2025 conference in New York, Mr. Isifo stressed that Africa's vast solar, wind, hydro and geothermal resources can only be unlocked with bold capital, strong policies and innovative partnerships. He highlighted Ghana's initiatives including green tax incentives, streamlined permit for renewable projects and a new climate change and sustainability hub to attract investors and support bankable clean energy projects. Mr. Isifo said Africa's clean energy transition is not just a climate necessity, but also a pathway to industrial growth, job creation and competitiveness. He urged investors to match Africa's ambition with patient capital to turn plans into power. Now to other stories, Deputy Chief of Staff Nanaoye Bampoado has urged Ghana's procurement and supply sector to adopt ethical, professional and sustainable practices to drive national development. Speaking at the maiden National Procurement and Supply Conference in Accra, she said procurement, when managed responsibly, can promote fiscal discipline, support local industries and build public trust. But when compromised, it undermines institutions and drains progress. The two-day conference themed Reimagining Procurement and Supply for Sustainable Development and Economic Resilience brought together policymakers, supply experts, and industry players. Panelists called for national procurement policy framework, more localized sourcing, and digitized systems to strengthen competitiveness and curb infractions. Dr. Simon Annan, president of CIPS Ghana, stressed that procurement should be seen not just as a back office process but as a frontline tool for nation building and sustainable growth. Now let's take some stories in health. Doctors at the Pediatric Oncology Unit of Kolebu Teaching Hospital are warning of a sharp rise in childhood cancer cases. Head of the unit, Dr. Ernestina Shandoff, revealed that new cases have increased from about 160 to over 230 each year, pushing the facility beyond capacity. She appealed to government, corporate bodies, and philanthropists to help expand facilities and provide equipment to meet growing demand. Dr. Shandoff also stressed the importance of early detection, noting that childhood cancer symptoms often resemble common illnesses. While survival rates in richer countries exceed 80%, Ghana's remains low, 40%, due to late diagnosis and limited infrastructure. Hospital officials caution that without urgent action, the nation risks a worsening crisis in childhood cancer care. Still in health, the Ghana Health Service has confirmed 10 new cases of Mpox, bringing the total number of infections nationwide to 565. The latest update signals a steady increase and reinforces calls for heightened public awareness and preventive action. Mpox, formerly called monkeypox, is a viral disease that spreads mainly through close, often prolonged contact with an infected person. Transmission can occur via direct contact with skin lesions, bodily fluids, or contaminated items such as bedding and clothing. In certain situations, the virus may also spread through respiratory droplets when people are in close proximity for extended periods. Health authorities are urging Guineans to remain alert and to adopt strict hygiene practices. Recommended preventive measures include frequent hand washing with soap and water or using an alcohol-based sanitizer, avoiding close contact with anyone who shows symptoms such as distinctive rash or open sores, promptly reporting to a health facility if signs such as fever, rash, headache, muscle aches, or swollen lymph nodes appear. Dr. Patrick Kumar Bwaji, Director General of the Ghana Health Service, noted that early detection and treatment are critical to containing the outbreak. Health experts also emphasized that while Mpox can affect anyone, individuals with weakened immune systems, including those with underlying health conditions, are at higher risk of severe illness. The Ghana Health Service is continuing surveillance, contact tracing, and public education campaigns across all regions to prevent further transmission. Residents are advised to stay informed through official health updates and to avoid misinformation that could undermine containment efforts. By adhering to these guidelines and reporting suspected cases promptly, communities can help slow the spread of the virus and protect public health. Now, away from that into other stories, Country Director of Exams Ethics Marshall International, Dr. Kofi Ashiboye-Mensah, has cautioned that excessive political interference is eroding the foundation of Ghana's educational system. Speaking to the media, Dr. Ashiboye-Mensah lamented that successive governments continue to alter policies for political gains instead of following the established blueprint of the Ghana Education Service and the Ministry of Education. Dr. Ashiboye-Mensah also questioned the implementation of the constitutional provision on free, quality, and compulsory basic education. According to him, the policy exists only in name, as the necessary infrastructure and resources are lacking. Dr. Ashiboye-Mensah explained that free education should not be understood solely in terms of the absence of fees, but also in the provision of adequate infrastructure, learning tools, and resources to support teaching and learning. He called on policymakers to prioritize strengthening the basic education system to ensure that Ghana builds a strong foundation for future generations. Ghana's education system has long been shaped by political reforms introduced by successive governments. While policies such as the Free Compulsory Universal Basic Education FCUB introduced in the 1990s and the current Free Senior High School program have been hailed as landmark initiatives, their implementation has often faced challenges due to inadequate infrastructure, under-resourced schools, and teacher shortages. Now to our last story for the bulletin. Thousands of parents and students have crowded the Ghana National Association of Teachers NAT Hall in Accra, turning the National Resolution Center into a scene of anxious queues and mounting frustration following the release of the 2025 senior high school placement results. The rush follows news that 107,509 basic education certificate examination candidates, 18.2% of all qualified students, were not automatically placed in any of their chosen schools. The Ministry of Education, through the Ghana Education Service, announced the release of the results on Wednesday, September 17, with an official reporting date set for Saturday, October 18. While many families initially expressed relief at the release of the results, that optimism quickly faded for those who either received no placement or were assigned to schools and programs they had not selected. The NAT Hall, designated as a national hub for resolving placement issues, has become the focal point of the tension. Witnesses describe long winding queues and a palpable sense of anxiety as parents and students navigate the complex self-placement process. The Ministry of Education, according to the official data, says 603,328 candidates sat for the 2025 BEC, of which 590,309 qualified for placement. The computerized school selection and placement system successfully placed 483,800 students, 82% of the qualified candidates, including 248,038 girls, 51.4%. The remaining 107,509 students have been directed to use the self-placement portal. And the news at 6. And that'll be all for news at 6 on 101.9 ZFM. But before we go, let's take a recap of our top stories. The Growth Investment Partners Ghana invest in springs and boats to drive Ghana's automotive manufacturing. And also the Minister of State for Climate Change urges bold investment for Africa's clean energy transition. And also the Deputy Chief of Staff insists that ethical procurement is key to Ghana's sustainable growth. You can get more news stories on www.zmultimedia.com. You can also follow us on all our social media platforms, ZFMGH on Instagram, Facebook, and X, and Z Multimedia on TikTok and YouTube. I am Samuela Ainchi. Thanks for listening, and up next is the Business Breakfast on Zed. Stay tuned.
You're tuned in to Zed 101.9 FM, your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio. in the heart of Accra.
proof that yours is on the way. The truth is, gratitude opens doors. When you can celebrate others while waiting for your own breakthrough, it shows maturity, strength, and faith. And that is a posture that attracts good things, that keeps your spirit light and your hope alive. So today, breathe easy, smile a little more, and carry hope with you. You are not forgotten, you are just in process. Celebrate others while you wait for your turn, because your story is still unfolding beautifully. Good morning.
Every flower that blooms, birds that sing, fish that swim, and the light of the moon, we may roam. Thank thee for thy love so pure and so free, O Lord. We thank thee.
You're tuned in to Zed 101.9 FM, your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Good morning, Ghana. It's a cold, rainy Wednesday morning, the 24th of September, 2025. The kind of weather that makes you want to stay under the covers. But of course, duty calls, business moves, and the week rolls on. And you're tuned in to the Business Breakfast on Zed 101.9 FM. I am Nitra B. Hammond, and I'm glad you've chosen to start your morning with us. We're streaming live on Facebook at ZFM GH, and also on YouTube at Z Multimedia. Rain or shine, we've got you covered from the big headlines to the markets and the conversations that keep our economy moving. We'll bring you the clarity and insights you need to make the day count. And of course, this is for progress, this is for Ghana, and as always, this is for God and country. champion of the universe, the one who reigns forever, the one who controls everything in the universe. So whether life is happening for you or not, this morning I just want you to I just want you to remain focused and have the understanding that indeed you serve the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, the champion of the universe, and everything will begin to work in order for you. All right, let me run you through what we have for you this morning. Of course, we're starting with our news review segment. Right after that, at exactly 7 o'clock, Samuela Entry will come your way with the business news, and then also that will be followed by that'll be followed by Sports Flash with Victor Quao, and then I come your way with a business brief segment, and then that will be followed by Transport Today, and then Market Trends comes your way, and then of course we wrap everything up with a roundtable discussion. All right, without wasting much time, let's get into our news review segment right away. Please stay tuned. Right, let's run through a few of the headlines this morning, and then we can try to break a few of them down before we go. Now, starting with a new final newspaper on the front page. This one says that gold trading set to be listed on Ghana Commodity Exchange. Stories on page 9, and also Goil leads fuel price hike, and others hold rates, and that story is on page 8 of the new final newspaper. IMF returns to Accra September 29 for key $3 billion program review. Stories on page 9, and let's look at some of the stories in there. Outdated education system fails graduates, and also political interference undermining education system coming from an educationist. And also this one says alcohol culture threatens public health, coming from a medical laboratory scientist. And also President Mahama calls for Africa's health sovereignty at a UN meeting, and Ghana risks losing science gains without bold research funding. MEST chief director says that. And also Ghana Health Service confirms 10 new mpox cases, total 565. And Ghana and Saudi Arabia deepen security ties, and also SHS placements. Parents strong nut hall over no placements. And also Kolebu Pediatric Cancer Unit flag surge in childhood cases. And PURC to review electricity and water tariffs January 2026. Deputy Chief of Staff urges ethical procurement to boost nation's development. And also government extends DSTV pricing review by 1 week. And court overthrows out deportees' rights case after removal from Ghana. And also National Home Ownership Fund CEO urges financial institutions to support mortgage market. And NDPC and DSE partner to boost local investment. And Bank of Ghana pushes financial literacy for economic stability. And also, all right, those are a few of the stories there. Okay, this one also says that Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger quit ICC over new colonial bias. Let's look at some other stories on myjoyonline.com. Top story says that PURC raises electricity tariffs by 1.14% from October 1 and keeps water rates unchanged. Now, this one also says that if Mahama won't fix Galamsey, Ghana is hopeless. Senyor Husi says that. And Communication Minister grants 1 week extension for DSTV pricing review committee. And NIA debunks rumors of shortened Ghana card validity. And also Galamsey fights not NPP NDC matter, but governments keep massaging at Reverend Father Nicholas Azine. And also this one says stop early jostling to replace Mahama. Victor Smith wants NDC bigwigs. And also YouTube content creators contributed 2.2 billion pounds to UK's economy in 2024. Also on citynewsroom.com, top story says that early moves to replace Mahama risk derailing governance. Victor Smith wants NDC. And also ECOWAS moves to review 0.5% import levy over revenue decline. And Ambassador Smith targets U.S. investors with 6-zone strategy. And UTAG UCC demands dialogue after GTEC suspends UCC approvals. And also Mohammed's vision goes beyond rhetoric, coming from Ambassador Victor Smith as well. And end intimidation tactics against NPP members. Jihad tells government. And I am ready to campaign, sell ideas and win flag bearer race, coming from Dr. Baumia. And Dampong Healthcare Business Olympics offers opportunity to compete, network and promote awareness. All right, those are a few of the stories this morning. Let's look at the international front. On BBC Africa, Jimmy Kimmel criticizes anti-American threats to free speech as his show returns. And also China evacuates nearly 2 million people after super typhoon kills 14 in Taiwan. And also the Gen Z uprising in Asia shows social media is a double-edged sword. All right, and on Reuters, South Africa's president says trade is being used as a weapon. And also West Africans sent by US to Ghana have been deported, lawyer says. And also Uganda's Museveni cleared to seek re-election and eyes near half-century rule. All right, those are a few of the stories this morning. I have joining me over the phone lines Abel Ansolwin Amodiok, who is a governance and policy strategist, and also Michael Akpene Afolabi. He is a news review pundit here. These are the gentlemen helping me break down the headlines this morning. Gentlemen, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning, Ralph. You're doing well. Good morning. Yeah.
Great. Good
morning
to
to our listeners.
Right. Good to have the two of you this morning. It's a cold Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Let's say that again, Michael.
Yes, I say it's very cold. I mean, everyone should keep safe,
Absolutely.
While moving out and all.
Right. Okay, let's look at some of the stories this morning because all right, so starting with the New Final newspaper, this particular story, I just want to pick your thoughts on that. They are both on education. This one says outdated education system fails graduates, coming from veteran journalist, and also political interference at undermining educational system. A veteran journalist at the Graphic Communications Group Limited, Lloyd Evans, has raised concerns about the country's educational structure, describing it as outdated and ineffective in preparing students for the demands of today's job market. Now, over the years, Ghana's educational system has faced criticism for its heavy emphasis on theory over practical skills. Rooted in the colonial era grammar school model, the system prioritizes traditional academic subjects such as English, mathematics, and science, often at the expense of vocational and technical training. Now, speaking on the focus on ZFM, Mr. Evans argued that the system has woefully failed to shift from grammar-based model to one that emphasizes practical training and skills development. Now, he also stressed that the continued reliance on traditional methods centered heavily on subjects such as English, maths, and science has left graduates ill-prepared for the job market, fueling unemployment. Now, according to him, countries like Germany, China, Japan, and even the UN at large have adopted systems that combine academics with hands-on training, ensuring that students graduate with skills they can immediately apply in the workforce. I think this is something that we've spoken about a lot of times. Let me just tie both of them, and then you can comment on that. Now, this one also says that the country director of exam ethics, Marshals International, Dr. Kofi Ashibo-Mensah, has cautioned that excessive political interference is eroding the foundations of Ghana's educational system. Speaking on the focus as well, Dr. Ashibo-Mensah lamented that successive governments continue to alter policies for political gains instead of following the established blueprint of the Ghana Education Service and the Ministry of Education. He also questioned the implementation of the constitutional provision on free, quality, and compulsory basic education. Now, according to him, the policy exists only in name, as the necessary infrastructure and resources are lacking. He explained that a free education should not be understood solely in terms of the absence of fees, but also the provision of adequate infrastructure, learning tools, and resources to support teaching and learning. All right, those are two of the stories. Let me hear from you, Michael. Then I pick your thoughts as well, Abel.
All right. Our educational systems, the nature of our educational system is something that, like you rightly said, we've discussed time and again, as being theoretical than practical. And especially looking at a country like Ghana, that we agree that most of Ghana's problems go beyond what we know in books and what we can apply from theories, but rather require hands-on leadership, being present, doing the work, putting our hands to the plow. We rarely have much practical training going on alongside our educational, our theoretical educational system. You go to some senior high schools, they have school farms, and the history behind the school farms mostly is that in the olden days, when old students visit the school, they tell you that in their days, students work the farm. Students carry manure to the farm. Students go and weed. Students take care of the animals in the farm as well. Students were learning agriculture while in school, right? But today, most of the farms have been abandoned. Right? Most of the farms have been abandoned, and they can't even be relied on for food, for feeding the students, among other things. These are practical skills that, if they were still in place, it would have even boosted the interest of students in the agri sector. Other practices in the past, the schools used to have workshops. Yes, workshops as in carpentry workshops. Students go there to practicalize what they learn in the classroom about technical skills and all that. Not the TVET schools per se, but generally schools that do not strictly teach the TVET, but they have these workshops where students go and engage in the practical of what they've been studying in the classroom. All these things have been lost in our days, and today it has become like the speaker was saying, English and math. It's sad that if you don't have mathematics, you can't progress, right, in your education. You can't move forward in your education. It's very, very unfortunate, right? If we seek to build a Ghana that is self-reliant, then we need to build students who have skills and not only knowledge to be able to make our country better, because that is what we need going forward.
Absolutely. Right, let me hear from Abel as well. Hello, Abel? Hello? All right, I think we lost Abel there. All right.
Oh.
So, I mean, we can move on. Hopefully, we get to reconnect him and then touch on a few things. All right, so that is that. Now, also still in education, the issue about SHS placement. Yesterday, I saw a video, and so many parents were at the Nats Hall. I don't know what exactly. I don't know what exactly is happening. I think there's a story on that. Let me just read that. It says that thousands of parents and students flooded the Ghana National Association of Teachers Hall in Accra on Tuesday, turning the National Resolution Center into a scene of anxious queues and mounting frustration following the release of the 2025 senior high school placement results. The rush follows news that 107,000 plus BEC candidates, 18.2% of all the qualified students, were not automatically placed in any of their chosen schools. Now, the Ministry of Education, through the Ghana Education Service, announced the release of the results on Wednesday, 17th September, with an official reporting date set for Saturday, 18th October. Now, while many families initially expressed relief at the release of the results, that optimism quickly faded for those who either received no placement or were assigned to schools and programs they had selected. Now, the NATO designated as a national hub, okay, blah, 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 blah. But the point is that it is 2025 and we're still battling some of these things. I don't know what exactly you have to say about it, Michael.
It's very, very sad. It's very, very sad. Clearly, the self-placement arrangements that was put in place for parents to choose schools for the awards has failed, right? Because looking at the crowds that were the Nat Hall, I believe they've returned there today, and it's indicating of the fact that it hasn't worked well. We need to really, 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 really take interest in how these systems work, so that at the end of the day, everyone is favored, everyone gets to benefit. Because if clearly all these parents who are there will be parents of children who have passed the exam, they have passed the exam successfully and want to enter the school, because what's the objective of writing the exam? To enter the senior high school. And here is the case, they are unable to get a school to be placed in. 2025, like we said, we are still struggling with this system, you see. So government needs to act as fast as possible to prevent this from happening going forward in years to come, or even in this current situation. Government needs to find a way to ensure that, look, everyone, because the schools will reopen very soon. I think ending of this month or early October. I'm not so sure. But if this is not resolved, the students will be lacking behind. Parents are concerned about the welfare of their children, right?
Yeah.
The students will be lacking behind in the academic calendar. By the time they eventually enter the school, they would have done maybe one term, or however they describe it nowadays, a semester or whatever, and then they need to pick up. That's going to be a lot of work to be done, right? This all boils down to the political interference that we
just spoke about.
We earlier read about, right? That instead of government prioritizing improving the infrastructure, improving the services that come with providing education to all, rather they want to be changing the entire system from time to time while there's a blueprint. But also sometimes the education service must stand its ground and make sure that this blueprint that they have is what is worked with. That is why they are technocrats. That is why they are supposed to be there. But this same political interference makes changes in the administration, that the work is not flowing. You see, so there are a lot of changes that happen. This computerized system has given us too much trouble, and we have to find a way as soon as possible.
Absolutely,
it shouldn't be something we should delay at all. As soon as possible, to find a way to resolve it so that parents and children can have peace of mind to go to school.
Yeah, because I mean, looking at the videos, it wasn't very, very,
very
good. It was very bad, and so I mean, we hope that Ministry of Education, GS, come together and actually work on something sustainable. I mean, so that going forward, we don't face these challenges. Yes, but I mean, I think that one of the things that we should have also preempted ahead of time when we're trying to roll out free SHS was the fact that we need more institutions, because once you make it free, those who were unable to afford to attend will all now be interested in attending.
Exactly.
Yes. So every parent, the bare minimum lately isn't junior high school alone. It is now senior high school. You know. And
even now, there are more avenues for people to take the BSc exam.
Yeah.
And then apply for senior high school. There's the private BSc
as well. Yeah. And so it increases the numbers.
Exactly.
Because looking at the numbers, the number of people that haven't been placed, over 107,000 people, it's quite worrying. And I know somebody personally. I know somebody personally who has a younger sibling, and she also finds herself in the same situation, and they are finding a way around it. And you know, at the end of the day, if somebody goes through all this stress, they don't value education so much, and they go through all this stress, they might want to forfeit it in the long run, and that is also another problem. And so, yeah, we need to look at how to solve these issues. Michael, thank you very much for your time. Our time is up, and so we will speak some more tomorrow, God willing.
It's always a pleasure.
Okay, thank you very much. You do same. All right, that was Michael Akpene Afolabi. He's a news review pundit here, and he joined me this morning to break down a few of the headlines. Business news is up next.
Hello and welcome to the business news segment on Business Breakfast on Zed. I am Samuela Inchi. Coming up shortly in the bulletin, ECOWAS reviews import levy to address revenue decline, and also PRC to rule out major utility tariff overall in January 2026, and also government orders buffer stock to buy surplus grains, and farmers assured of markets. Now let's settle for the details of the story. Member states of ECOWAS, including Ghana, have begun reviewing the bloc's 0.5% community levy on goods imported from non-ECOWAS countries following concerns over declining revenues. The levy, which has been in place for more than 18 years, provides up to 80% of ECOWAS's funding, but is now facing compliance and efficiency challenges. Speaking at an expert meeting in Accra to validate a new operations manual, the ECOWAS Commission's Director of Budget and Treasury, Moloku Azikiwe, said updating the protocol is vital to sustain regional integration programs. He explained that the review will modernize the levy to reflect current trade and revenue realities, while sanctions for non-compliance remain an option for the bloc's Council of Ministers and Heads of State. Officials say the move will help restore financial stability, close revenue gaps, and strengthen cooperation among a member state to ensure sustainable funding for ECOWAS projects. Now, away from that, into other stories, government has directed the National Food Buffer Stock Company to purchase surplus grains from farmers nationwide following projections of a bumper harvest this year. The Ministry of Food and Agriculture says the decision, the first of its kind on such a large scale, is to prevent a market glut, reduce post-harvest losses, and build strategic food reserves to secure the country against future shortages. Farmers are being urged to remain calm with assurance that NAFCO will be active in the market to buy their produce and stabilize prices. The move comes after the Chamber of Agribusiness Ghana warned that the grain sector was on the brink of crisis, with over 100,000 metric tons of maize and rice from 2024 still unsold. The Chamber also raised concerns about cheap import and smuggled substandard grains, which it says are trapping farmers in debt and threatening local processors. Officials say the intervention will provide relief to farmers, ensure food supply stability, and strengthen Ghana's food security outlook. Now, away from that, Ghana's Public Utilities Regulatory Commission has announced that a major review of electricity and water tariffs will take effect in January 2026 under its multi-year tariff order framework. The overall is aimed at aligning consumer tariffs with the long-term capital and operational needs of the utility sector, including recent investment in transmission upgrades, water treatment expansion, and renewable energy integration. The Commission has begun nationwide consultations with stakeholders, holding its first public session in Accra earlier this month. Utility companies have long pushed for tariff increases, insisting that current rates do not cover operational costs or debt servicing. The upcoming revision is separate from the routine quarterly adjustment, though analysts caution that a weaker cedi may still trigger an interim upward review before the January reforms. Experts say the multi-year framework could strengthen the financial health of utility providers and attract new investment, but warn that households and businesses may face higher costs if the tariff hikes are steep. The PURC is expected to release draft proposals later this year ahead of its final decision. And that's our last story for the bulletin. GOIL, Ghana's second largest oil marketing company, has become the first major player to increase fuel prices after weeks of relative stability, raising concerns of a broader market response. The company has adjusted petrol to 13.38 Ghana cedis per litre, up from 12 Ghana cedi 99 pesos, while diesel now sells at 14 Ghana cedis 20 pesos, rising from 13 Ghana cedis 90 pesos earlier this month. The adjustment comes despite a slump in global oil prices, with Brent crude futures slipping to $66.30 a barrel on Tuesday, the lowest in 5 sessions, as expectations of rising supply from Iraq weighed on the market. Industry analysts warn that GOIL's move could influence the wider market of over 200 OMCs. Earlier this month, the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, COMAC, projected that petrol could climb to about 14 Ghana cedi 70 pesos per litre, diesel to 14 Ghana cedi 67 pesos, and liquefied petroleum gas to nearly 14 Ghana cedis per kilogram, citing foreign exchange pressures and global supply risk. The international market backdrop remains volatile. Iraq is preparing to resume export through Kurdistan after a 2-year halt, which could add about 230,000 barrels per day to global supply. At the same time, Baghdad has increased export under the OPEC Plus production agreement, with September shipment expected between 3.4 million and 3.45 million barrels per day. These developments are contributing to weaker crude prices, but have yet to translate into lower local pumps. Despite GOIL's upward adjustment, several major competitors are keeping prices unchanged for now. Star Oil maintains petrol at 12 Ghana cedis 77 pesos and diesel at 13 Ghana cedis 45 pesos. Total Energies continues to sell petrol at 12 Ghana cedi 88 pesos, diesel at 14 Ghana cedis 30 pesos, and premium fuel at 16 cedis 67 pesos. Shell is holding petrol at 12 Ghana cedis 89 pesos, diesel at 13 Ghana cedis 89 pesos, and premium at 14 Ghana cedis 99 pesos. Petrosol remains at 12 Ghana cedis 98 pesos for petrol and 14 Ghana cedis 18 pesos for diesel, while Puma Energy is steady at 13 Ghana cedis 35 pesos for petrol and 13 Ghana cedis 75 pesos for diesel. And that'll be all for the business news segment on Business Breakfast on Zed. But before we go, let's take a recap of our top stories. ECOWAS reviews import levy to address revenue decline, and also government has ordered buffer stock to buy surplus grains, and farmers have been assured of market. And also PURC to rule out major utility tariff overhaul in January 2026. You can get more business news on www.zmultimedia.com. You can also follow us on all the social media platforms, ZFMGH on Instagram, Facebook and X, and Z Multimedia on TikTok and YouTube. I am Samuel Ainji. Thanks for listening, and up next is the Sports Flash with Victor Kwao.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Set for something special.
It is time to go racing.
Garnacho! Oh wow! Oh wow! LeBron James with no regard for human life.
You couldn't write a script like this.
Here's Metz, and this is positive. Williams, Kudus! The Korean joy did not last for long.
Oh my gosh, Kudus.
Set back for Partey. Oh yes! Oh yes, oh yes! Thomas Partey.
Good morning. Time for Sports Flash on Business Breakfast on Zed. In the next 10 minutes, Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta hit back at critics for labeling him overcautious in big game. Plus, Mohamed Kudus tops APL chart for most take-ons. And also, Black Starlet lost to host Ivory Coast 3-1 in the Under-17 AFCON qualifiers. Well, thanks for joining me for all the updates. I'm Victor Kwao. Now, the Black Starlets suffered 3-0 defeat to host nation Ivory Coast in their second Group A game of the WAFU B Under-17 African Cup of Nations qualifying tournament on Tuesday evening. The Ivorians struck early, breaking the deadlock in the third minute to take on control of the game. Despite Ghana's efforts to respond, the hosts held on to their lead going into the break. In the second half, Cote d'Ivoire added 2 more goals to seal a convincing 3-0 win in front of their home crowd. The loss means the Black Starlets now face a decisive encounter against Niger in the final group match on Friday. With only 1 point from their first 2 games, the Black Starlets must secure all 3 points against Niger, who won their second game against Togo, to keep their hopes of reaching the semi-finals alive. To qualify, Ghana will also be relying on results elsewhere, hoping Cote d'Ivoire defeat Togo in the other Group A fixture. Also, Tottenham Hotspur's midfielder Mohamed Kudus has surged to the top of the Premier League takes-on chart, underlining his explosive start to life at the club. The Ghanaian international has completed 19 successful dribbles so far this season, the most of any player in England's top flight, according to Square. He sits ahead of Everton's El Liman Ndai, 17, and Brighton's Yakubu Aminte, 14, on the list of take-ons completed, while Bournemouth and Tion Semenyo, 11, and Manchester City's Jeremy Doku, 10, round out the top 5. And now straight to Europe, and Hugo Ekitike, who missed Liverpool's trip to Crystal Palace in the English Premier League on Saturday after being red-carded for taking off his shirt following his 8th minute winner against Southampton in the Carabao Cup on Tuesday evening. Reacting to the red card, head coach Arne Slot has described Ekitike's red card against Southampton as needless.
Of the game where Hugo got a second yellow card, that is, what were your 2 words?
Did you think it was needless? Did you think it was...
That was needless, yes, and?
Did you think it was a bit stupid?
And it was stupid, yeah, it was. So I can, in the first one, was already needless and to a certain extent stupid, because you have to control your emotions. And I know how hard it is if you play Premier League or every league in the world. If you're number 9, then the defender can almost do everything he wants, and then when you shirt pull a little bit or you push him a little bit, then you get a free kick against you. But it's always the best to control your emotions, and if you cannot control your emotions, do it in a way that it doesn't lead to a yellow card. So I think I said when I got my red card against Everton, that's always stupid, because it is you can show your emotions, but if it leads to a yellow or red card, then it's stupid. Your question.
Well, that is Liverpool's manager Arne Slot speaking there. Now, Arsenal's Spanish manager Mikel Arteta has defended his tactics after Arsenal's 1-1 draw with Manchester City, dismissing criticism of being overcautious. Arteta's response comes ahead of their Carabao Cup fixture against Port Vale, where he'll look to lead his team to victory despite the criticism.
But when I'm going to convince somebody that feels that way to something else, I cannot spend my energy of that. I think when you look at the winning record on this football club, the goals that we scored, the clean sheet that we had, the way we play, the way we played against Manchester City, in the territory we play against Man City. But I mean, I cannot waste that opportunity. And if the intention of those comments, which ones are the good ones, positive, to be better for us, not to be so good for us, so depends where the comment is coming from. I think that's when I can analyze it. See what is the intention, what is the purpose of that, because I had a lot of things using my phone. They could not believe what we did to Manchester City. And people that are coaches, managers, CEOs, presidents, so proud. And I look at the players and the people around, so I'm much more filled and fueled with that with other ones that they want to make that.
Also, Manchester City boss Pep Guardiola has hinted at a possible player rotation ahead of the Carabao Cup tie against Huddersfield. Speaking ahead of the game, Pep did not rule out a start for second-choice goalkeeper James Trafford. Chances of getting the nod in goal ahead of number 1 Gigi Donnarumma after making the trip to Huddersfield.
Donnarumma came in Chairman Isidore training is training better than ever. So he's a fantastic keeper. And with me, all the keepers, the second keepers, always play a lot of games. So, and there will not be exception. We are so safe and so confident and so young. He will learn with Gigio, and the future we'll see what happens.
Do you think he will be a future number one here eventually? Yes.
I'm not a genius to anticipate what will happen in the future. I'm sorry to tell you. I would like.
Now to the Europa League, Nottingham Forest will play their first European match in 29 years when they travel to Spain to face Real Betis. Forest secured their place in Europe by finishing 7th in the Premier League last season, with Crystal Palace punishment for breaking UEFA's multi-club ownership rule, then seeing them swap the competitions. Speaking ahead of the Betis clash, Forest boss Ange Postecoglou has suggested there might be a few tactical twists to allow his players perform at their best.
I think it's fair to say that the world is crying out for me to be pragmatic, but I'm just not built.
But you're loath to be.
but I'm just not built that way. And look, I've always said what I like to do and what I enjoy more than anything is winning, so whatever it takes we'll do. As you said, we had a different campaign last year, and certainly in the final we had to play a certain way because of the availability of the players we had, and thought we handled that really well. But again, people's memory gets blurred. If you look at the knockout stages, the quarterfinal, semi-final at home, we were very, very dominant, played our football away from home. We did what we need to get done. And I think you do have to approach, like I said, the Europa League a little bit differently. Tactically, there's some tweaks you need to make to allow the players to perform at their best. But I still want to win every game. That's never going.
Now to the world of tennis, Carlos Alcaraz says he's in the midst of the best season so far in his career. Alcaraz has won 7 titles this season alone, including the US Open and French Open. Just at 22, the Spaniard had 6 Grand Slam titles to his name, and he is favourite to win the Japan Open in a competitive field, including 5th-ranked Taylor Fritz, who he lost to at the Lever Cup this weekend. Now to some matches in the Europa League today. PAOK takes on Maccabi Tel Aviv as Real Betis sits home to Nottingham Forest. Dynamo Zagreb will take on Fenerbahce as OGC Nice takes on AS Roma. Braga will sit home to Feyenoord at 7 p.m. And later in the Carabao Cup, Huddersfield will sit home to Manchester City. Port Vale will sit home to Arsenal, whilst Tottenham Hotspur will welcome Doncaster Rovers to to Emirates. And at St James Park, it will be Newcastle that welcomes Bradford City. And that concludes it for Sports Flash on Business Breakfast on Zed. I'm Victor Kwao.
You're tuned in to Zed 101.9 FM, your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Are you an entrepreneur, a CEO, a C-suite?
is Transport Today with Solomon Tetenate. Please stay tuned.
This is the pre-boarding announcement for flight 3728.
Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engines running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
All right, thank you very much for staying with us right here on the Business Breakfast on Zed 101.9 FM with me, Nee Trevi Hammond. Now time for Transport Today. Solomon Tetenate is ready to tell us what exactly is happening on our streets, in the air, and also everywhere. Solo, you're welcome. How are you?
Yeah, good morning. I'm good by the grace of God. How about you?
Yeah, I'm good too by God's grace.
Okay,
good to see you. It's a
good
cold Wednesday.
Yeah. It's actually drizzling, you know.
It's still drizzling?
Yeah, it's drizzling outside.
I struggled to get here, but I mean,
this story. Only God knows how I managed to get here. You know.
Right. Okay, tell us what's happening on our streets. I know there'll be traffic. On
there are traffic in some points in the city of Accra. You know, especially when you look at the Kasua Road, there are massive traffic on the road, especially where the Westels Mall. Right from Westels Mall to Malam Junction, there's traffic,
and I'm sure several places are flooded as well.
I mean,
really? all these rains cannot flood.
No, I don't think
it's
so.
Fine.
Yeah. So before I give you the traffic update, I'll start with the flight schedules for today, and then we look at the traffic update later. So I'm starting with the flight schedules for today, and I'm starting with Passion Air Accra to Kumasi, how the schedules looks like. So Accra to Kumasi, morning schedules are 6:20 a.m. and 11:20 a.m. 6:20 a.m. and 11:20 a.m. and then afternoon schedules are 1:50 p.m. and 4:20 p.m. 1:50 p.m. and 4:20 p.m. and then the evening schedule is at 7:20 p.m. It takes 40 minutes to get to your destination. Accra to Takoradi, morning schedule 8:50 a.m. and then afternoon schedule is at 4:30 p.m. Morning schedule 8:50 a.m. and then afternoon schedule 4:30 p.m. and it takes 50 minutes to get to your destination. Accra to Sunyani Passion Air has only one flight available for the day at 9:30 a.m. 9:30 a.m. and it takes 1 hour to get to your destination. Accra to Wa Passion Air also has only one flight available for the day at 12:20 p.m. 12:20 p.m. and it takes 1 hour 40 minutes to get to your destination. Accra to Tamale, morning schedule is at 6 a.m. and then afternoon schedule is 4 p.m. Morning schedule 6 a.m. and then afternoon schedule 4 p.m. and that's the flight schedules for Accra to Tamale Passion Air. It takes 1 hour 20 minutes to get to your destination. So these are the local flight schedules for Passion Air. Now let's look at Africa World Airlines, how their schedules also looks like today. So Africa World Airlines Accra to Kumasi, morning schedules are 6:20 a.m. and 8:40 a.m. 6:20 a.m. and 8:40 a.m. Afternoon schedules are 2:20 p.m. and 4:40 p.m. 2:20 p.m. and 4:40 p.m. and then the evening schedule is at evening schedules are 6:50 p.m. and 7 p.m. So we have 2 flights available in the morning, 2 flights available in the afternoon, and then 2 flights available in the evening. So you should take note of that. It takes 40 minutes to get to your destination. Accra to Takoradi, morning schedule 6:40 a.m. and then afternoon schedules are 2:10 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. 2:10 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. And it takes 40 minutes as well to get to your destination, and that's Accra to Takoradi. Accra to Tamale. Morning schedules are 6:30 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. 6:30 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. morning schedules, and the afternoon schedules are 12:30 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. 12:30 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. and that's Accra to Tamale Africa World Airlines, and it takes 1 hour to get to your destination. So these are the local flight schedules for today. Now let's look at the traffic situation in town, and as I said, currently on the Kasua Road, if you're from Kasua, starting from West Coast Mall, there's massive traffic around that area as we speak. It starts from West Coast Mall past the Amalinda Children's Haven, and then all the way to where the Word Performance Church International is located on the Kasua Road. There's massive traffic on the stretch, so you should take note of that. And also from Wija, where the Hotel Rebecca is located, to Malam Junction is also very busy on the same stretch, so you should also take note of that. Bawi Road is also very busy at the moment. Bawi Road is very busy, especially where the moonlight spot is located on the Bawi Road is very busy as we speak, so you should take note of that. So that's the traffic situation around that area. When we come to Awoshi, on the Awoshi Enya Road is also very busy at where the Ash Foam Depot is located, heading towards the Master Classic. There's traffic on the stretch, and that's the Enya Awoshi Road, so you should take note of that if you are using the Enya Awoshi Road. The traffic actually starts from the Ash Foam Depot, so you should take note of that. And also the traffic is building up slowly at Kwashiman, where the KFC is located, all the way to the Eco Bank, so you should also take note of that on the Kwashiman stretch. There's traffic building up slowly. It's a smooth traffic, but you need to take note of that. And also when we come to La Paz, where the Hisense Ghana showroom is located, there's traffic on the stretch at La Paz, so you should also take note of that. It starts from the Fidelity Bank La Paz branch all the way to Hisense Ghana showroom at La Paz, so you should take note if you are at La Paz and you are using the La Paz road. And also the Akuman Road is building up slowly at the moment. The Akuman Road is building up slowly. The traffic is building up slowly around that area, so you should take note of that. Now let's come to Kumasi Highway. If you are from Kumasi, there's traffic currently at Amasaman, so you should take note of that. At where the hospital is located, there's massive traffic on that stretch, so if you are from Kumasi coming to Accra, you are to experience traffic at Amasaman currently, so you should take note of that. On the same stretch at where the Reverend John Tay Memorial Institute is located, there's also traffic, massive traffic at that area, massive traffic, very intense, so you should also take note of that. Right from the Reverend John Tay Memorial Institute past the John Tay bus stop to Shelf West Station of Angkor Barrier, so that's the traffic update around that area. And also on the same stretch, right from mile 7 Achimota to the Achimota O Station bus stop is also very busy on that stretch, so you should take note of that. So that's the traffic update for you today. Now let's look at some stories actually trending in the aviation sector. So Delta Airlines flight DL55 from Lagos to Atlanta forced to divert to Accra. So Delta Airlines flight DL55 from Lagos to Atlanta was forced to divert to Accra, Ghana yesterday, that's Tuesday, September 23, 2025, after spending just over an hour in the air. So the Airbus A330-223, registered number N8578W, departed Lagos yesterday 11 a.m. slightly behind schedule. Instead of continuing its transatlantic journey to Atlanta, the aircraft turned northwest into Ghanaian airspace, circled near Kumasi, and landed safely at Kotoka International Airport, Accra, at approximately 12:20. So flight tracking data indicated the aircraft was airborne for about 70 minutes before the diversion. So that's from the Delta Airlines. And also Ghana's first MRO facility set to welcome Cessna Sky Korea. So the Ghana is set to make a significant leap in its aviation capabilities as the country's first maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility at the Kotoka International Airport welcomes a Cessna Sky Korea aircraft to its new hangar. The 19-seater Cessna Sky Korea will undertake a demonstration flight from Accra to Ho Airport, a test to run ahead of possible scheduled passenger operations by a new domestic airline expected to launch next year. So this development further highlights the growing role of the MRO in positioning Ghana as a key aviation hub. So these are the stories trending in the aviation sector. But before I leave you, Vietnam Airlines announces over $10 billion investment to add 30 new wide-body planes by 2032, expanding market presence across Italy, Japan, UAE, Russia, India, and South Korea. So Vietnam Airlines has announced a monumental over $10 billion investment to add 30 new wide-body planes by 2032, marking a major leap forward in its global expansion. This bold move is set to significantly enhance the airline's market presence across key international markets, including Italy, Japan, UAE, Russia, India, and South Korea. As I said, with these new aircraft, the airline aims to meet rising demand, expand its route network, and offer enhanced travel experiences, positioning itself as a dominant player in the global aviation landscape. So these are the stories trending in the aviation sector this morning. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, thank you very much. Solomon Tetenate is my colleague here, and he brought us transport today. All right, very soon we get into our market trends segment, and we'll be speaking to our in-house economic analyst, Emmanuel Boateng, very soon. But I'd love to hear from you. If you know anybody celebrating their birthday, feel free to send me a WhatsApp 0544321019, 0544321019, or you can engage our post on social media. We are streaming live on Facebook at ZFMGH and also on YouTube at Z Multimedia. Please visit those platforms and drop a comment or a birthday wish for anybody at all that you want to wish a happy birthday, and we'll read them for you. Okay, we'll take a quick music break, and when we return, Emmanuel Boateng joins me in studio. Over the phone lines, really, for today's conversation. Please stay tuned.
Yahweh, oh, be
Right, welcome back to the Business Breakfast on Zed 101.9 FM with me, Trevi Hammond. The song in the background is Yvonne Mensah's Pentecostal High Life Praise. I'm enjoying myself here in the studio. I hope you are too. All right, are you ready to step into your dream home? If you're ready to do that, Lakeside Estates has got an exclusive offer for you, and with this offer you can own your own house in just 2 years with no interest repayment. And this offer gives you affordable payments, flexible home purchase plan, quality homes and lifestyle choice, and you get to choose from a variety of beautiful homes in any of Lakeside Hills clusters. Yeah, so of course your future awaits. Just imagine living in a home you love with the freedom to invest in your dreams without the burden of interest. Just imagine that. Well, as a CIMG Real Estate Company of the Year for the 4th time, not once, not twice, not thrice, for the 4th time, we offer you a free home acquisition, and all you have to do is to call us today, 020-477-5042, 020-477-5042. Or 020-477-5040, 020-477-5040, or 050-1418-622, 050-1418-622. So don't miss out on this incredible opportunity. Call us now to learn more and also schedule a tour of our available homes. The Lakeside Estates, quality home for all. Now, are you an entrepreneur, CEO, or a C-suite executive listening to me this morning? Or you're a game changer shaping industries ready to connect, share groundbreaking ideas, uncover new opportunities, and gain practical insights to scale your business? Because that's a mouthful. But if you are that person listening to me this morning, then don't miss the second edition of the CEO's Breakfast and Networking meeting, which is themed The Rise of the Conscious Leader, Power, Profit, and Principles. Now, this is a transformative event exploring the balance between influence, profitability, and principled leadership, while equipping you to lead with impact and integrity, the most important things in our world today. Now, there are exciting raffles and draws with irresistible prizes. There are complimentary books from speakers that you're going to get, and exclusive networking with CEOs, with industry leaders, and many, many, many more. And the date is Thursday, the 2nd of October, 2025. And time is 7 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at La Palm Royal Beach Hotel here in Accra. Now, space is limited, so do well to register as soon as possible. And if you want to register, please visit ceonetworkingevent.com. ceonetworkingevent.com. And don't just attend an event, be a part of a movement that is redefining leadership for a new era. And as they say, with leadership, everything rises and falls on leadership. And so if you're a leader listening to me, then you don't have to miss this event. And I love the theme. It says that the rise of the conscious leader, power, profit, and principles. And the date is Thursday, the 2nd of October, 2025 at exactly 7 a.m. To 12:30 p.m. And the venue is La Palm Royal Beach Hotel. I'm definitely going to be there, and I want to see you there too. All right, very soon we get into our market trends segment. Emmanuel Boateng will be joining me very soon. But continue enjoying this, and we will be right back. All right, welcome back to the Business Breakfast on Zed 101.9 FM. Exactly 14 minutes after 8, and we get into our market trends segment this morning. Now, today we're discussing something very important. We're talking electricity tariffs. Now, from October 1st, electricity tariffs will go up by 1.14%. while the water tariffs remain unchanged. Now, the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission (PURC) says this particular modest adjustment comes from its quarterly review, which factors in the CD dollar exchange rate, inflation, and the cost of war for power generation. Now, though 1.14% may seem small, electricity is a key input for households and businesses, and even a minor increase can actually ripple through production cost and consumer prices. So what is actually behind this decision? How will it affect families and industries, and does it even hint at more increases down the line? And that's exactly what we want to try to break down this morning. I have joining me over the phone lines Emmanuel Boateng, our in-house economic analyst, and he helps me to talk about this. Emma, good morning.
Good morning, Trevi.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. How about you?
I'm well too, by God's grace. Yeah. Just that I'm not happy about the increase, but of course they say it's a quarter
the implication is that it makes the system highly sensitive to international oil and gas price swings, as well as exchange rate fluctuations. Because if you have a mix where 70% is dominated by thermal energy and 30% is dominated by hydropower, and that thermal energy component is heavily dependent on fuel that you import, and which is priced in dollars, then it puts pressure on your local currency because you would have to import it.
Right.
So that is the real issue there. But hydro, even though it is cheaper and domestically we get that, it has limited capacity truly and is very vulnerable to rainfall variability and even climate change issues. Climate change and rainfall issues affect hydro, which is like the 30% in our mix. So when hydro underperforms, then we see that thermal must pick up to be able to cover the underperformance of hydro.
Right.
And that will also push costs up, because once you want thermal to cover hydro, it means you must import more than you originally do. In other words, you must import more than the 70%, putting further pressure on the currency. And I think largely that imbalance explains why PURC tariff formula is so closely tied to foreign exchange and fuel costs. See, this is the point. Until Ghana diversifies further into renewable energy, like solar, maybe I make a renewable house, a bogu. I mean, to wait, we have a very high scorching sun. I mean, the sun really scorches in this country. And interestingly, we are not tapping into the potential from the sun's energy. We are not. So solar and wind, yes. Or even expand our hydro, the hydro part of our mix. We can expand that. If we do not do this diversification, our electricity sector will remain exposed to external shocks that quickly filter into our tariff adjustment. If we want the rate of tariff adjustment to be curtailed significantly or reduced drastically, then what we must be looking at is how do we ensure that electricity is coming from within? How do we ensure that we bring in solar and some renewable energy sources to be able to complement and reduce our exposure to thermal energy, which is otherwise predicated by external sources?
I see. So you're talking about solar and wind and all of that. One of the areas we haven't explored to is the sea being used for, they call it tidal energy or tidal, I think tidal energy. We haven't explored that at all. And I've seen a lot of countries. I think South Korea is a leader in tidal power. I mean, they have certain facilities, and that makes them the most powerful in the world when it comes to using the sea to be able to generate electricity and all of that. But I know it costs so much. Currently, China is investing in that, and so very soon they will be depending on the sea for their electricity, and that is something very commendable. Maybe in the coming years we would have to look at that.
We can do that. Don't we have sea in Ghana?
We have sea in Ghana.
and what are we using it for? Maybe more specifically.
Fortunately, open defecation and this thing has taken all over all those areas.
But I didn't know it would be on
taking over. Yeah.
We have coastal areas. And largely, I think we've just used it for fish farming. And of course, to some extent, some industry, hospitality industry has used it for beaches. Sometimes you go to the beach and you're not even happy. Yeah, there is a lot we can use our sea for. A lot. And one of them is what we are making a case for this morning in terms of energy generation. We know how seas across the world have been a major tourist area for many countries, and the amount of tourist receipts or revenue that they are earning from the sea. We have not done much with it. And you are right, China has done it. And we can learn from them and do it. When it comes to electricity, I think that there is a lot we can do. God has blessed this country. There is sun, it scorches a lot. Sometimes the sun can hit you, especially if you don't own a car and you are in a boat, and unfortunately it's a vet or one of those ones. I'm telling you, you would regret. The sun can See, you can ask those who park their cars when they go for programs, and when they come back and they want to sit down, how hot their seats can be. They are not tapping into that. Of course, we do appreciate this morning that the upfront cost in terms of the total fixed cost to be able to install and have these things to begin with is actually high. We appreciate both solar, wind, and sea, as you point out. But there is something we do. Can we compare the marginal benefits we gain from doing this to the cost we would incur now? We can do the NPV valuations. We can do the valuations of these projects and see how it is going to accrue to our benefit. And I think you make a good case when you say that we can tap into.
We need to look at that.
The potential of our sea. Our sea is not only meant for open defecation. As we see. Yeah, I see. It's interesting. Almost every coastal area in this country, when you go, you see something like that.
It's very sad. It's very sad. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue our conversation. So we're talking about. I mean, this is 1.14%, and you were saying that it's quite much. But tell me, could this actually increase? Could this increase actually weaken the disinflationary trend, or maybe put some upward pressure on general price levels in any way?
Well, I mean, it's small, albeit small. It will still have some marginal effect. You see, the effect on CPI may be small, given the size of the adjustment. I mean, but it's still a risk, actually, on headline inflation. More importantly, it could influence inflation expectations, which is very, very critical. You know, in the literature now, not only are you looking at the impact of actual inflation, but even inflation expectations and behavioral finance, for that matter. Inflation expectation has a role to play in determining actual inflation. Sometimes what people expect prices to be plays a dominant role in the economy. So sometimes it's important to manage some of these things. And that is why in this country, if you're able to win the battle or the war of the psychological economy, the expectations of individuals, households, businesses, you are actually able to win the war on the ground as well. So I think, yes, it may have some marginal impact. But, well, let me even add that inflation has been on a downward trajectory for some time now. So the Bank of Ghana may give room to this small tariff increase as long as it does not coincide with larger shocks in fuel or even food prices. The real danger lies in cumulative effects if tariffs are adjusted upward frequently. Recently, we're reviewing some percentage increase that I think ECG sent to PRC.
Proposed, yes.
So you can see a lot of things are happening around this area, and we need to pay close attention to it. Yeah.
Right. Let's talk about businesses. I mean, how would businesses that depend heavily on electricity be affected, and would they pass some of that cost to consumers?
Well, that's very, very essential. And let me also repeat again, it's a marginal increase. It's quite small. Of course, I've also said it may have some increases, especially if it alters significantly the expectations of inflation, among other things. But there are some sectors that are highly vulnerable to electricity adjustment, one of which is coastal. In fact, manufacturing concerns as well, ICT services. All these areas are usually hit by electricity adjustment. So even small changes in the tariff can affect margins. You see, businesses often operate with thin profit margins. And energy is a non-negotiable input. When you look at the factors of production, energy, you don't negotiate it. Especially if you're a business that you are heavily dependent on energy. You cannot say, I'm coming to negotiate the energy that we'll use. Okay, let's use energy this week. No, it won't work. Because that is like the fuel. That is the engine of your production.
Right.
So you cannot do without it. Essentially the point. So what is going to happen is that many of these businesses will adjust their pricing structures. If, for instance, the adjustments persist and we see some coming in subsequent periods, then they would, like we know, it's simple put, they'll push or pass the cost to consumers, which is you and I. We pay the electricity bill. So once they do that, then we are going to see that the cost of electricity bill is going to go up. That is how it is. And SMEs are also particularly vulnerable. These SMEs are not earning much. They lack bargaining power, among other things. And so for them, even a small increase, a very minute one, let me tell you, it erodes their competitiveness. It quells them in, especially against imports from countries with cheaper power, and they are not able to compete with the rest of the world. In the long term, persistent tariff increases push firms to explore energy efficiency or some alternative solutions like solar. But in the short term, most businesses will either absorb the cost, which is reduce their investment and hiring, or pass it on to consumers, which will fuel up price increases, reflecting manifestly in our CPI numbers or inflation numbers.
But are there precedent cases here in Ghana where small tariff increases were precursors to larger jumps in any way?
Of course. This will not be the first time. Ghana's tariff history shows that small quarterly adjustments often precede more substantial hikes. It's like a precursor to a big hit. So PRC uses incremental adjustments as part of its quarterly tariff review mechanism in order to avoid sudden shocks. I know that, yes. So, especially when the currency is not performing well. I know now we are doing above 12, right?
I haven't checked today, but yeah, I think we're doing about 12.
About 12. Yesterday, I think I saw something around 12.2. That is even Bank of Ghana.
I see.
And then when you go to commercial banks, it will be around 12.5 or something. And when you go to the guy who has it, popularly known as Abuchi, then it's something else altogether. So around these periods of exchange rate volatility, you will note that consecutive quarterly increases will compound over time. So 1.2 increase, 1 to 2% increase in one quarter can add up to double-digit increases over a year. So when we put all together at the end of the year, what is going to be the real increase in electricity tariff? That will be the most important question that we would ask. And I think that it's not far from our history. It's something that we've been doing, and I think it's something that all other things being equal will manifest again.
All right, but what role can government policy play to mitigate the burden?
Well, they have options, one of which is targeted subsidies in order to cushion the impact, particularly for lifeline consumers. That is the poorest households who use electricity. They have to keep their tariffs affordable. So you showed the most vulnerable groups from some of these hikes. That's one option they have. The other option is efficiency improvements in utilities. They can push for investment that reduce technical and commercial losses, which currently account for a significant share of our costs. And by that, we mean that by reducing waste, utilities can achieve more cost recovery without always raising tariffs. Like I say and say always. Yes, we know that a major way to offset your recovery is to raise tariffs. But for how long would you keep raising tariffs? It will not be sustainable forever. They need to begin to look into innovation, among other things. And in the long term, energy diversification, and we've made that case. Life is not all about thermal energy. Fortunately, knowledge and discovery is pointing us to many sources of energy, including wind, including solar, and the sea that you pointed out this morning. I think these are all areas that the government can look at. And this is in alignment with sustainable development goals. We need to pay close attention to that. Yeah.
Right. But does this also increase? Does this increase signal a shift in PURC's approach in any way? More frequent incremental increases rather than the big jumps.
Yes, of course. That's what is happening. They are just trying to spread the burden gradually than just one-off big shock to all of us. That's what they are doing. And I think you are right on that. Yeah. You see, as we call it, gradual increment or incrementalism has its own merits. First of all, it allows tariffs to track underlying cost drivers more closely, and it reduces the build-up of arrears in the sector. It is also a major way to give consumers some time to adjust, to process it, rather than facing an abrupt double-digit increases. You know, it is like a lady who wants to tell a guy that let's break up. You know, they have ways of doing it. They can start giving you signs gradually.
Okay.
And whenever you say, okay,
are you speaking from experience? Because I can't relate.
I think I'm using your experience.
I can't relate.
You can't relate. And they'll give you signs.
I see.
Know, they'll give you signs for a while. And sometimes, as part of the signs, they try and condition your behavior to adjust to the signs.
I see.
And once you adjust to the signs, you begin to admit within yourself that, see, this thing is not going to work. And if you don't take care, you even be the one to go and tell them that let's end it. And then their plan would have worked. So they'll just gradually they'll give you signs and signs and signs, and then all of a sudden, boom. The other way too is true. When they like you, they can lead you on, and then all of a sudden, they will climax. So it's a mix of that. And I think that is the benefit in here. But there is a risk, which is tariff fatigue. They are more raising tariffs every time you are increasing tariffs. So frequent small increases can create a perception of constant upward risk, even if each adjustment is quite modest. And so to match this risk effectively, I think PLC must pair the approach with clear communication about how tariffs are calculated and what improvements consumers can expect in their service delivery. Not just are you increasing prices, they are telling us what that increase in pricing is going to do for us as consumers.
I see. Right. Maybe my final question to you. So what should consumers expect in terms of service reliability given these tariff pressures?
Well, let me say that for all of us, once you are increasing the price of electricity, then we don't expect to have more doom so. That is one. So fewer outages. What we are also looking at is more reliable supply and improved customer care. Actually, in theory, a cost-reflective tariff enables utility to maintain infrastructure, to pay for fuel, and invest in network upgrade, which is what we expect they are going to do. So that's why I said in theory, because we know in this country there is a divergence between theory and practice. Now, in practice, our power sector has long struggled with the gap between tariffs and service quality. The main expectation is that service quality would improve because of the increase in tariffs. So even with increases, utilities will face challenge from inefficiency, debt, and even fuel supply issues. So unless some structural reforms come in, consumers may not see immediate improvement despite paying slightly more. And it happens a lot in Ghana. You'll be paying more and more and more, and you will not be seeing any value for your money. That said, small regular increases like this one are part of the sustainability strategy. If PURC's adjustments prevent financial collapse in the utilities, they indirectly protect reliability by ensuring providers can at least cover the operation costs. Over time, with better governance, with better efficiency and the like, tariff adjustments could indeed yield improved service quality for all of us.
All right. Ima, thank you very much for your time and for your insights. Really grateful. Okay, I wish you a great day, and we'll talk again tomorrow, God willing.
Sure, thank you.
All right. Okay, that was Emmanuel Boateng, our in-house economic analyst, and he was just trying to help us see exactly what is going on with the PRC. Now, the PRC, if you just tuned in, PRC is actually planning to increase. I mean, they've actually they're going to roll out a tariff increase effective October 1 this year. So just next month, we're going to see an increase, and it's just 1.14. But Emmanuel says that, hey, looking at the things that we're going through, it is still quite significant. I mean, in as much as we've done worse, we've seen worse increases in the past. This 1.14 will also translate to some Sam Precious. And yeah, if you miss any part of this interview, you can visit our social media platforms. On Facebook, we are at ZFMGH, and also on YouTube at Z Multimedia. You can visit these platforms and then play back the video just to give you an understanding of exactly what we spoke about. All right, we're going to take a quick music break, and when we return, we get into our roundtable discussion for today. And like I indicated earlier, we're talking about the monetary policy rate that has been cut. We want to see whether we're asking that is it going to actually translate to a reduction in borrowing cost. And that's a very important conversation I believe you don't want to miss. So please stay tuned. We'll be right back after this break.
The same got to moon, I'm a sissy. Yakwami Kubi, Yaba, Meba, Namina, Second, Yamakunta. Cause we are Simobi, shall be baby. Timmy, I do my den, I'm a deep. Haban, you met us so many chilipi. Yes, I didn't a crave me. Friday, Bakubi, Nama Club, Minambaya, Bakuya, Nama talking. One corner, one gunner. So, what's your say, and I am. I ran to my bro, me young commander. But me music, I'm a baby, no, I'm a baby, no, tell me, Pano, come on, you. Tell me, Pano, come on, move you. I get to give me the survey. I get to get you the survey. Tell me, Pano, come on, you. Tell me, Pano, come on, move you. I get to get it, come on, the survey. Get it, come on, the survey.
Praise the Lord, hallelujah, in the highest. Nyawa and yo, nyame, was it in yo, nyame? All by your mercy and your grace, I am grateful. You turned my life around, now I'm a shining star.
Yeah, I say about this kind of when I'm daddy. Me this cow, we go to but I'm a planet. I don't want
101.9 FM with me, Trebi Hammond. And it's time for us to get into our roundtable discussion this morning. But the song in the background is Tomorrow by DJ Sawa and Mr. Easy. Okay, so this morning we're talking, we turn our attention to a very bold move by the Bank of Ghana. Now, in just 2 months, the central bank has cut its policy rate twice, bringing it down to 21.5%. Now, on paper, that's supposed to make loans cheaper, businesses more attractive, and also households a bit more relieved. But the question many are asking is very simple. Will this cut really translate into lower lending rates on the ground? That's a very big question. I mean, that's what they're asking. Now, inflation has cooled to 11.5% in August, which is the lowest in almost 4 years. And the economy grew by 6.3% in the second quarter. The cedi has also been relatively stable, even though it hasn't been quite, it hasn't been stable in the past few days anyway. Now, the Bank of Ghana believes the time is right to ease, but as history has shown, commercial banks don't always pass these cuts on quickly or even fully. And that is why this morning we're talking about this. We're not just looking at the numbers. We want to understand what this means for you and me, for businesses trying to survive, for young entrepreneurs who are looking for credit, and also for households struggling with loans. And to help us unpack all of this, I am joined by Dr. Frank Bano. He's a lecturer at GIMPA, and he's going to help us break everything down this morning. We're looking at the opportunities, the risk, and also whether this bold move can truly bring some relief. Doc, good morning. You're welcome to the Business Breakfast on Zed.
Good morning to you, and good morning to your listeners.
Right. Thank you very much for making time to speak to us this morning. Let's get into the conversation. Now, maybe we can start from here. So for people who are listening to us this morning who may not follow policy closely, what exactly is the policy rate and what does it even matter for ordinary people?
Thank you very much. So when we talk about the policy rate, or what is popularly known in Ghana as the monetary policy rate, in short called the MPR, in other jurisdictions it has different names, but in Ghana we call it the monetary policy rate. Now, essentially, the monetary policy rate is the rate at which the central bank, which is the lender of last resort, lends money to commercial banks in Ghana. So you know that banks in Ghana by themselves don't mint their own money or don't make their own money. They rely on the Bank of Ghana, in this case the BOG, which will be what I'll be using to get money. So when the Bank of Ghana, when the commercial banks in general, so when we talk about commercial banks, we are looking at banks in general that undertake trade, they give loans, they charge interest, and they make profits. So the name commerce, it translates into commercial bank. So when they take these monies from the central bank or the BOG in Ghana, well, here we are talking about the BOG. The BOG charge them a rate, or let me say it literally as what we would have called an interest rate. So this rate at which the BOG is giving money to the commercial bank so that they can equally lend it out to you and I, or consumers, is what we call as the monetary policy rate. So anytime the BOG wants to more or less target inflation, or in other sense tighten the macroeconomic output of the economy, it tends to increase the monetary policy rate. What it simply means is that if the monetary policy rate is going up, then the tendency for commercial banks to take money or borrow money from the BOG becomes low, in other sense, because if you take money from the BOG, you intend to pay more. And for that matter, if you are paying more and you are also coming out to give this same money to consumers, then you also have to charge consumers more, and then consumers indirectly will be dissuaded from taking these loans, and for that matter, will reduce total aggregate expenditure and reduce inflation. So that is why the MPR is a tool that is used to target inflation. Now, on the other hand, anytime, like you rightly articulated, when inflation is easing, and especially when it is easing within expected threshold, then there is also the tendency to reduce the MPR. In other sense, the BOG would want to ease or expand economic activities, or would want to induce people to spend. And so by doing it, then reduces the price that it gives money to the commercial bank, because interest rate is the price for money. So when I use price, that is what I simply mean. So the price at which it gives this money to the commercial banks, so that the commercial banks can also give it at a lower interest rate to consumers, so that consumers will be induced to borrow more. So essentially, in terms of the monetary policy rate, that is how the monetary policy rate operates within an economy. Now, looking at the broader impact, as you asked earlier, that would a reduction of the MPR, in this case, we've seen the BOG reduce the monetary policy rate by about 350 basis points, which is equivalent to about 3.5%, from 25% to 21.5% last week. Now, what does this mean for the ordinary consumer? Now, in a well-structured economy, and I'm using my word carefully here, in a well-structured economy, I mean, anytime the MPR is reduced, it has the propensity to what? To induce spending. In other words, people are incentivized to borrow, because now you can get capital from banks at a very cheaper rate, which simply means that people can borrow to spend. So all things being equal, given the economic scenario, or given a perfect economic scenario, it is expected that any time the monetary policy rate comes down, commercial banks are also obliged to reduce their rate at which they give money. That is what we call the lending rate. They are obliged to also reduce it. However, in an economy like Ghana, in most economies in sub-Saharan Africa, like I heard you make that point, and that is very true. It is you don't really see that happening, or you don't really see a corresponding decrease in terms of the lending rate as far as a declining monetary policy rate is concerned. Now, why is this so? Now, it is very critical to understand. That's why I use the word the structure of our economy. Now, one of the things that banks in general consider in giving out loans to consumers is the risk level. So a situation whereby banks are not certain of your risk level. So in other words, it is assumed that we are all high risk. Now, in a situation whereby you are all high risk, like the case of Ghana, because, for example, until recently that we have the Ghana card and then the digital ID property address system, if you even go to a bank and you are asked to fill a form, you would normally indicate that, oh, I live by that big tree behind that river at the other side of the city. Or, oh, there is this school called so and so just close to my building. But you realize that in reality, there is no, the school is actually not that close to where you live.
Yeah.
So this creates risk. And because banks are not certain that once they give you this money, given the high risk that you exhibit, you would return the money, or you would pay the money with interest on time, they are forced to charge you a higher premium for the fact that you are high risk. So you see that in most cases, if you want to look at the data very well, you remember somewhere between 2017 and 2018, if I'm right, yeah, I think between that period to 2019, we have the NPR coming as low as about 13.5%. But you realize that banks were still giving loans at around 20-21% thereabout, if you remember. So, and it was at the same time that we have one of the lowest inflationary rate under the Fourth Republic. That is where we have an inflation rate of, I think, about 7.3% or so. That was in 2019. Yes. So ideally, you expect that given such low inflationary rate and also given an NPR of about 13.5, you would ideally see banks or commercial banks giving loans to people around maybe 14, at most 15%. But that was not the case. That was not the case specifically because of the risk factor, which we've still not figured out as a country to eliminate from our banking system and eliminate from our macroeconomic jurisprudence. So if you are considering the economic dimension of monetary policy, then given the current reduction in the rate, it is expected that commercial banks will reduce their policy. But however, like the point that I have raised, given the risk level of many consumers within Ghana, and banks are not really assured of the fact that you may be able to pay back these monies. And in fact, the data also supports this claim, because if you look at the non-performing loans over the years, especially last year, we saw non-performing loans also climbing up to, I think, about between 23 to 26% thereabout, telling that there is so high uncertainty in terms of people defaulting when giving money. And since banks are rational, they would also make sure that they charge you extra for this risk.
All right. Okay, Doc, we will break a lot of things down. I mean, you've spoken. I mean, you've gone ahead of me. You've spoken extensively about some of the things that I was actually coming to ask you questions on, and I think that is actually very good. We will break some of them down, but permit me to take you back. Now, we're talking about the Bank of Ghana. We're seeing that they've slashed the rate twice in just 2 months. And now down to 21.5%. How significant is that compared to our economic history as a country?
Yeah. So it's very important. And you see, I mean, for the monetary policy rate, it is asymptotic to the inflationary rate. That's why I was referring to the data between 2017 to 2019. You realize that I didn't reference any season because in 2016 we had a monetary policy rate of about 20-something percent. I think about 20 or 21%, if I'm right. But you saw that between 2017 to 2019, where you had an inflation was, I think, about 15.5% in 2016. But you realize that when inflation dropped to 7%, a single digit in 2019, you saw the monetary policy also dropping very sharply to about 13.5 or 14% thereabout. So monetary policy rate, like I said, it is a tool that is generally used to target inflation. So anytime inflation is on ascendancy, you see the monetary policy rate also climbing to what? To tame inflation. And in essence, in economics, what the monetary policy really does is to what? Is to mop up excess liquidity, because the other side of the increase in the monetary policy rate is that when the monetary policy rate is high, the cost of borrowing becomes high, or the cost of borrowing becomes expensive. But however, when you are investing it becomes very attractive because, for example, if banks are charging, let's say, 25% for you to go for a loan, because the monetary policy rate is high, if you are going to invest, that in other words, if you are going to deposit your money in a financial instrument, or you want to buy a financial instrument as a form of investment, because the NPR is also going up, the rate of return is also very high. Now, it's one of the reasons why, if you take the Federal Reserve, for example, anytime the Fed increases the federal policy rate, or what we call the repo rate, you see the CD depreciating against the dollar because invariably it is assumed that holding all other factors constant, investing in the United States of America has become a very attractive, and a lot of it, given that America as a country is also low risk in terms of defaulting payment, in terms of servicing interest, in terms of servicing instruments, compared to Ghana, whereby we had to do DDEP and the rest. It is the likelihood of investors moving their funds out of Ghana to the United States to invest is very high. So that is why anytime the Fed signals that it is going to increase the policy rate, you see the CD depreciating, and you see the dollar having a strong edge over major currencies. So the same thing also happens within our economic space, that anytime you see that the CD is strengthened, ideally the CD is supposed to gain some strength if the monetary policy rate is also upwardly adjusted, and we've seen that over the years. However, anytime the monetary policy rate is also coming down, the negative aspect of it is that it means that holding all other factors constant, investing in Ghana is not really attractive because you are not going to get those higher returns that you were getting previously. And that would also induce, holding all other factors constant, people to move their money outside Ghana and look at other countries that are offering very competitive higher returns on investment. So it is a chicken and egg story as far as the monetary policy rate is concerned. But if you are looking at the domestic aspect of it, if you are looking at indigenous significance of reducing the monetary policy, then of course, once it is reduced, it is assumed that now Ghanaians in particular and Ghanaian-owned companies would have that luxury of borrowing from banks at a lower price or at a lower rate, so that they can equally invest in whatever businesses that they are doing. And once they are investing and expanding, that is where they would have that room or propensity to also engage more hands indirectly creating jobs. So those are the do's and don'ts as far as the upward and the downward adjustment of the NPR is concerned.
I see, but why did the bank cut rates in moments like, why do they cut rates in moments like this? I mean, what message is the bank trying to send with this decision?
Well, if you look at the decision taken, I mean, I think the decision is taken primarily on the fact that inflation is easing. We have inflation currently at about 13.5%. And for that matter, the central bank also thought it twice, like I said, because the overarching aim of the NPR is to target inflation. So anytime inflation is easing, then of course it makes economic sense that you also ease the monetary policy rate. Now, the most important question that you have asked, and I think it is implied, is the fact that looking at the macroeconomic output of the Ghanaian economy now, I mean, there are certain critical variables that determine inflation. And I mean, the inflationary rate and the determination of inflation rate over the years have become very questionable. Not just now, but I think for the past 2 years or so coming, it has become very questionable because if you see a product like crude oil, which is a major input in production. In fact, if you consider all facets of production, crude oil is a major input and determinant of pricing. Now, we've seen that for the past 2 or so weeks, even including yesterday, we've seen the price of crude oil climbing on the Ghanaian market. And here, I'm making reference to the Ghanaian market and not necessarily the global market, because the global market has the price of Brent crude has been stable, I think about $65 and a few cents on the global market as I checked yesterday. But in terms of pricing window within the Ghanaian market, yesterday we saw oil in the host others of the BDCs increasing increasing their prices at the pumps. So once prices are climbing, then it tells you that industries would also be incurring higher costs in terms of their production. And if they are going to incur higher costs, then that will also be passed on to the ordinary consumer. So rather than we expecting the fact that the monetary policy rate has been reduced and for that the cost of borrowing is coming down, however, because of the fact that a major input like oil is also climbing, you will see this not reflecting, and you will rather see the price of goods and services going up. Now, once price of goods and services going up, what does it translate? It simply means that all things being equal, we are going to have inflation also climbing, right? That is what it simply means.
Yeah.
So it is important. I mean, the question that you asked, that why now? And for me myself, I sometimes I get confused in terms of our microeconomic dynamics because you expect certain things to play along certain range, but then you see one variable going the right hand, then you also see another variable going the left hand side, which normally makes our whole economic atmosphere a bit difficult to understand compared to a more stabilized economy like the developed world. Unlike Ghana, you do normally, even in South Africa, you see some of these trends moving in that direction. But in Ghana, you normally don't see things moving in that direction. So I think I would give the benefit of the doubt to the governor and his team, since they are in charge of the economy, that maybe they understand what they are doing. But looking at some of these critical figures as I am quoting them and moving away from an important input like oil, we've also seen the price of utilities, in particular if you've seen it, electricity, which is also a major input as far as production is concerned. Just this morning, I have seen that electricity price has been increased marginally by about, I think, 1.14%. That is the rate I am seeing. This is in addition to the previous, I think about 14 point something percent, and that we've seen, and about 4.15% that we've seen. So cumulatively, we've seen electricity go up almost about 18, 19% thereabout. Well, within the first 9 months of the year. And this simply means that the cost of production is going to go high. Now, if this is the case, then it means that we don't expect inflation to come down. But however, we are seeing a sharp decline in inflation, which is amazing in any way. It's amazing considering these very important variables. I'm not saying they are the only variables, but I'm saying that they are major determinants as far as pricing is concerned. So if you are seeing a sharp appreciation in terms of these variables, and you are also seeing a massive disinflation, then it creates some sort of, speculation and that as far as certain macroeconomic figures are concerned. But let's give the benefit of the doubt to the managers of the economy that they know what they are doing. I think we have to give them the benefit of the doubt that they know what they're doing. But considering the whole macroeconomic framework as I've outlined that, I think the major drop is somehow intriguing to see.
Because a lot of economists, I'm sure, I don't want to mention some names because they are not here, but a lot of economists have actually described that as a very dicey one. The drop that we're seeing, 21.5% in MPC, is quite, I've forgotten the exact word that they use, but the focus is that it is too much. It could have been a bit measurable, but like you said, let's give the governor the benefit of the doubt and see what happens. Doc, you please hold on for me. Let me announce our phone line just in case anybody wants to join the conversation. If you just tuned in or you're listening to us and you want to join the conversation, please, you can feel free to do that. Send us a WhatsApp on 0544321019, 0544321019, or you can call us on 030395661, 030395661, and then we'll give you the opportunity to share your thoughts with us this morning. We're streaming live on Facebook at ZFMGH, and also on YouTube at Z Multimedia. When you visit these platforms, you can drop a comment and then we'll read them for you. This morning, we're talking about whether we're asking a question, and you're asking that will the policy rate cut to 21.5% actually bring real relief to borrowers? And my guest this morning is Dr. Frank Bano. He's a lecturer at GIMPA and also the director of research at IERPP. which is the Institute of Economic Research and Public Policy, and he's helping us have this conversation this morning. Doc, so once I have you, I would love to pick your thoughts on exactly what is our inflation trends and all of that. Now, inflation has slowed to 11.5% in August, and that is the lowest in nearly 4 years. How sustainable is this trend?
Okay, so in terms of sustainability, I mean, it will depend on a lot of factors, and most of these factors are exogenous. So if you recall, like I gave the trend from 2019, thereabout, that we had one of the lowest form of inflation, I think about 7.3%. Prior to that, we had I think, about 7.8% in 2011 or 2012, thereabout. Yeah, so I mean, but the 2019 one was about 7.3 or so percent, so that would be the lowest. So you see that in most instances whereby we've seen inflation go out of hand, like we saw in 2022, these are predominantly determined by exogenous factors. And one of these factors is the factor that I mentioned in terms of crude oil price. It's very, very important. Now, if you see in 2022, where we had inflation go up as far as 54.1%, you saw that if you look at the global market at that time, we saw crude oil price climbing over $100 per barrel. Fast forward when by the close of the year, when we had crude oil price dropping to about $80 per barrel, we saw inflation easing from 54 to about 30-something% by the close of 2022. So this tells you the fact that it sends a signal that as far as our inflation rates is concerned, exogenous factors, and in fact, for that matter, the crude oil price also has a major impact. Now, another important factor as far as our inflationary rate is concerned is also the exchange rate mechanism, right? Now, when you see the dollar depreciating against, the CD depreciating against the dollar, it also sends you a signal that there's trouble ahead, because there is that pass-through effect, what I call the transmission mechanism. Because if I buy goods worth of $1,000 from the goods market, I don't have dollars because I'm a Ghanaian and I spend cedis. Yeah. I need to use cedi to buy these goods. Now, if I go tomorrow and then the same goods on the international market is still $1,000, but however, the strength of the cedi has fallen, and for that matter, I will need to change more cedis to get the same amount of $1,000, then it simply means that when I buy those goods and come to Ghana, I will need to increase the price, even though in real sense the price of the good has not increased on the global or international market. So the exchange rate is also an important determinant of the inflationary rate as far as Ghana is concerned. So if you are asking me how sustainable it is, how sustainable it is first will depend on the global crude oil or energy prices. If energy prices remain stable and we don't have any war coming in like we've seen over the past few months, the crisis within the Middle East, let's hope and pray that we don't see an escalation in the Middle East as far as the conflict there is concerned. We also don't see an escalation of conflict, just as we are picking the signal now with Russia violating the airspace of NATO countries, and they also vowing that they will shoot down any Russian aircraft or drone that violates their airspace. Let's hope that such conflicts do not also escalate and becomes a problem, because we know that Russia is a major supplier of crude oil. We've also seen the United States and Venezuela also at each other's throats, right? In recent times, I don't know if a lot of Ghanaians are following that story. And Venezuela is also one country that also produces oil to the international global market. So let's just hope that all these factors do not get out of hand, which will lead to global crude oil prices, which is currently hovering about $65, $66, moving to a direction that we may not want, because once it starts climbing to 70, 80, 90, then it means problem for us. It means that prices are going to escalate, and when prices escalate, it simply means that anyone who is producing any product, as far as even within domestic production is concerned, would also be increasing his or her prices, which will invariably mean that inflation is going to go up. Let's also hope that the strength that the cedi has gained over the past few months against the dollar is sustained. I mean, like you were rightly saying, we've seen for the past few weeks that the city has been losing grounds against the dollar.
Yeah.
Let's hope that these marginal depreciations do not also get out of hand for us to go into the range at which would mean that people will now need to spend more to bring in the same amount of goods, and for that matter, they would also be forced to increase their prices. So the sustainability of these figures that will be these microeconomic indicators that we are seeing, it's not dependent only on endogenous factors and policies, but however, external factors, what will happen outside the borders of Ghana, can also have a dire influence on the Ghanaian economy and, for that matter, the sustainability of inflation rate.
Right. Okay. I mean, I've picked your thoughts on that one. Let's also look at the growth rebound. I mean, we saw that growth rebounded strongly in quarter two with, I think, 6.3% year-on-year GDP growth. What is driving that growth, and how much of it is real versus statistical recovery?
Yeah. So in terms of the growth, so if you have seen, if you've paid attention to the data, especially in this year, you see that the real sector, I mean, which is a typical example is the service sector, which employs, I think, which contributes about almost 40% or so of the total GDP of Ghana. You've seen that the real sector is seeing a marginal decline in terms of the year-on-year growth compared to the industry, manufacturing, and the mining sector, which over the past months has been the leader of growth within the Ghanaian economic space. And for me, it is good to see a rebound of growth. That is very, very important. It's significant to see that economic growth is not declining, but somehow it is marginally appreciating. That is very, very important. But the major question that you ask in terms of sustainability, in terms of creating jobs, will lie in the real sector. So I would love to see policies, and again, I would want to give this government a benefit of the doubt because they are barely 9 months. I mean, after 1 year, then we can make a better judgment in terms of the policies and programs that they have put in place. So for now, I would say that let's give them the benefit of doubt. I mean, because as an economist, I know that policies have lagged, and these takes time to mature, and it takes time to kick in. So that's why I said that after 1 year, that is when we can really assess this government based on the economic growth figures that we are seeing. But overall, it is a good indicator that the Ghanaian economy is rebounding.
I see. All right, Doc, let's come back to our conversation, and I would want us to focus on the transmission to borrowers. Earlier, you were talking about the fact that, I mean, in theory, once MPC comes down, then we should have the ripple effect in terms of our borrowing and all of that. Now, on paper, that is what it should mean. But historically, commercial banks in Ghana have not always passed this on. Why is that so? I know you tried to talk about it a while ago, but maybe we want to spend a bit more time to break it down better.
Yeah, so like I really said, if you look at the data, and paying attention to the data is very important. If you look at the data, we've not been doing well with NPL, that is non-performing loans, over the years. Now, when you have an economy whereby non-performing loans is a problem, then it tells you that banks are very careful in relaxing their interest rate.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen over the years that the government had to come in and bail certain banks. In fact, if you take the 2024 budget statement, okay, a bank like, is it NIB, National Investment Bank, has to be bailed out because of non-performing loans. And this is huge sums of taxpayers' money that were pumped into NIB, right? So when you see such signals, and don't forget that we don't only have public banks operating. I mean, the public banks are even only few, but we have a lot of private banks operating within our economy. So this sends signals to the private man that, look, if I don't tighten the knot, and I try to loosen the knot, and I find myself in crisis or bankruptcy, who will go to bail out the private bank? And that has been the question, and that is why we saw within the banking sector cleanup that the government had to collapse and merge a lot of banks or consolidate them. I mean, that is appropriate, but had to consolidate these ones. So these are the signals that exist on paper, and the banks themselves have this data on their tables. So given these signals, banks are very cautious anytime the NPR is relaxed, because anytime the NPR is relaxed, if you are not careful and you also relax the interest rate, it has the propensity to what? To induce any citizen to also come and apply for loans. And given the fact that I mentioned earlier, given the fact that in Ghana, we don't really have a database which will determine the risk level of consumers. I remember the previous government tried to introduce the credit scoring system, which would, to some extent, have been a gauge in terms of assessing our credit worthiness, and the credit worthiness invariably tells our risk level. So if you, for example, your credit score is 800, that means that you are more credit worthy. If my score is 200, then it means that I am not credit worthy. So if you and I approach a commercial bank for a loan, you have to get a loan at a very low interest rate, whereas I have to get a loan at a very high interest rate. But given current circumstances and conditions, such indicators do not exist, or they are not available at all. So the credit worthiness of individuals who are actually looking for loans is something that the banks don't have. For example, if you consider the Ghanaian economy, let's just break the Ghanaian economy down. Now, you will realize that the small, micro, medium enterprise, the SMMEs, contributes about 80% of GDP. Now, out of these, the 80% of GDP that the SMMEs contribute, you realize that the SMMEs also have a chunk of what I call as the so-called informal sector of the economy. Most of these people who operate within these sectors are people who hardly even keep records of their own trading activities. They don't have any database to back the activities that they do. And most of the people who need credit are some of these individuals or some of these small businesses. Now, if you consider to the big giants or the established institutions, it's very, very easy to identify them. You can identify their plants. You can identify their offices. And these are assets that you can easily liquidate in terms of they defaulting their loans. But if you consider the SMEs whereby someone is selling on a tabletop, sometimes someone is even selling on the hair top, for example, how do you reap back these money? Should people in these business, I'm not saying these people are in these businesses should not be given money. That is not what I'm saying. Now, the point I'm making is that the risk level is very high within that space. And because the banks know that the risk level is very high within that space, they are reluctant to actually reduce the policy rate as far as giving loans to most of these entities are concerned. So you see that for the well-doing businesses, the established entities and businesses, they can actually approach the commercial banks and actually negotiate for favorable terms as far as interest rates are concerned. But if you consider SMEs, which are a chunk or which constitute the majority of the economy, they don't have that leverage, and for that matter, they are forced to go in for loans at a very high rate, which also do not favor their production outcomes. So there, the risk level, which would accommodate people not to pay back the loan or to default, and thereby increasing the non-performing loan portfolios of banks, is one of the major reasons for me, as far as the data is concerned, why anytime theoretically the NPR is reduced, you expect commercial banks in general to reduce their lending rates. However, we don't really see this happening, as I pointed out to when we had monetary policy coming to, I think, about 13.5 or 14% thereabout. We didn't see it transforming into very cheaper lending rates in Ghana. And that has been the case, like you rightly pointed out. And I think all this is due to the fact that the risk or the uncertainty that exists has not been mitigated. And so far as we don't put in policies and measures that will mitigate risk and uncertainty, I doubt that commercial banks, being as rational as they are, would also be motivated in driving down lending rates drastically, as we've seen in the cuts in the monetary policy rate.
I see, Doc. Some people actually say the problem is structural. I mean, banking in Ghana is simply expensive to run. Do you agree?
Well, to some extent, it is true that our problems have been structural. In fact, since independence, we've not been really been bold enough to find antidotes to some of these issues. And I shudder to say that in many attempts, we put these blames squarely at the doorsteps of politicians. And I have made this point. It doesn't matter which government is in power. I have made this point. That is something that I disagree. I tend to disagree. Yes, politicians can take part of the blame, but we citizens should equally take part of the blame. Let me take you back to 1957 when we won independence. So Ghana won independence in 1957 with Dr. Sadiko Kwame Nkrumah. Now, 2 years after independence, which is 1959, Ghana recorded its first fiscal deficit. In other words, we had expenditure exceeding what? Revenue. Which simply means is that Ghana had to go to the international market to start looking for money to beg for loans. So if you recall, it's one of the reasons why when Osadifo wanted to build Akosombo Dam, Ghana literally had to go and beg international agencies. And for that matter, we saw one American entity offering to provide the money and then came to establish VACO. That is the story behind VACO. This is simply because of the fact that we did not have enough money in our treasury to be able to cater for our own development. And that has been the case over the years. Now, so anytime you are a country that cannot raise enough domestic revenue by international measures, which is deemed by these rating agencies, among other things, you are considered as a high-risk country. Now, if you're a high-risk country, meaning that the propensity for you to default on your loans and financial obligations is very high, as we've seen in 2022, 2023, and some years back down history. It means that it's very high. Now, once this becomes the case, then it simply means is that if you are even a business in Ghana and you want to raise capital from international capital market, for example, maybe the New York Stock Exchange or the London Stock Exchange, or even the JSE, the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, which is the biggest stock exchange on the African continent, you would still be getting this capital at a very expensive or exorbitant rate, which of course will force you to fall on domestic capital. Of course, when you fall on domestic capital, because domestic capital is issued in your local currency, though the interest rate is high, but at least it is affordable because you are not going to service these monies in foreign currencies, which gives you some form of leverage and relief. However, at the same time, because of the uncertainty that also surrounds the utilization of these capital that most people look out for, because you see, one of the things that people will go and borrow for is the return that they expect to get out of it. Now, in many times, people borrow and spend on government-run projects. That has been the case in the Ghanaian economy. You don't really find people borrowing to create real businesses and jobs that are independent of government. Either the person is taking a loan to go and take some government building to build, construct, so that government will pay back the money to the person. Either the person is taking a loan to go and construct a hospital, to go and construct a school, to go and construct teachers' bungalows. I mean, you can name, the list goes on and on and on and on and on. So in everything that we do, it is somehow not independent of government. And because of the fact that government over the years has also been cash-strapped, that is the reason why I brought in the point of 1957 to 1959. Now, because government is also cash-strapped, it simply means that the propensity for government to default in payment of some of these investments that private sector also make, depending on government to repay them, also becomes a problem, and thereby lead to the default of these payments to most commercial banks within our macroeconomic jurisprudence. And once that happens, it also creates that uncertainty among banks, and for that matter, they also keep adjusting the policy, the lending rate, or even when the MPR is eased for them to also follow the same trend and ease their lending rate. They also do not do that because of the fact that they still don't trust that consumers would be able to pay back loans given to them on time. So if you are asking me that whether our problem is structured, that is the history and the interdependence of our financial system as far as of the inadequacies in our economic structure is concerned. They are somehow linked. So until we be able to decouple this and find solutions to the bigger picture, I think this other side of the equation would still persist.
It's a very, very dicey situation. Doc, so please hold on for me. Let me just announce our numbers one more time in case anybody wants to send us a message. If you want to text us, please feel free. 0544321019, 0544321019. You can send us a WhatsApp and then we will read your messages for you. You can as well call us on 03039566641, 03039566641, and share your thoughts with us. We're streaming live on Facebook at ZFMGH and also on YouTube at Z Multimedia. You can visit those platforms, drop a comment there, and we'll read them for you. This morning, we're talking to Dr. Frank Bano. He's a lecturer at GIMPA and also the Director of Research at the Institute of Economic Research and Public Policy. And we're asking whether the policy rate cut to 21.5% will bring some real relief to borrowers. And we've said a lot of things, but we still have a few things to cover before we go. Doc, let me come back to you now. Now, what role does government or what role do government borrowing and T-bill rates play in keeping the lending rates high? Does it play any role, first of all?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
What role does it play?
In terms of government borrowing, like I was talking about the fact that commercial banks would give monies to people who would not necessarily want to give money to people who are high risk. So I gave you the scenario between big businesses. I don't want to mention any name of business, but we all know the big businesses in Ghana, and then certain micro, small, medium enterprises in Ghana. If I approach a commercial bank for a loan and one of these big entities approach a commercial bank for a loan, the probability that that entity will get a loan over me is very high because I am within the high risk framework. I am deemed more high risk or riskier compared to the business entity concerned. It's the same way if government approaches a commercial bank for loans. In terms of these government borrowing through treasury bills, they are all forms of borrowing, right? The treasury bill is a short-term borrowing instrument that government issue, which is issued on behalf of a government by the BOG, and then commercial banks then sell it out to consumers who would want to procure them. So invariably, it is the same deposits or the same liquidity that the government will mop up from the economy from consumers. And it's this same liquidity that a consumer would ordinarily, had it not been the instrument that has been issued via what we call T-bills, then this consumer would have either deposited the money in his account or would have invested in any of the various investment instruments that the commercial banks possess. And that is where the commercial banks will then mop up this excess liquidity and also give it out to loans to individuals who are looking for funding to invest in their businesses. So that is the reason why anytime government undertakes excessive borrowing, it tends to crowd out private investment. What it literally means is that because government has taken out all the liquidity, there's little or no liquidity available for you and I to go and borrow from the bank. So now what it simply means is that if the government is actually paying a higher premium or a higher rate for this liquidity that it is taking from the system, then of course, if you and I want to go to the same market and compete, we cannot be paying a lower rate than what the government is prepared to pay. So anytime government is paying a higher rate, it also has an impact on you and I because we cannot compete with government. Because mind you, irrespective of all the shortfalls of government, there's one phrase that has become synonymous over the years, that government never dies. When NPP left, NDC has come. And the liabilities of Ghana is inherited by the NDC. The NDC can never say that because they did not borrow certain monies, so they will not pay. That is not the case. The same way when the NPP also came, there were some liabilities that they also inherited, and they also did not say that because they did not borrow those monies, they will not pay. So it is certain that government never dies. It means that so far as the world has not ended and we will vote for new government to come into office, government obligation will continue to be set. And it's one of the reasons why even within the T-bill framework, the government always borrow to service maturing T-bills. That is what is normally done, to service maturing T-bills. And the rest then goes into capital expenditure, among other things. So government borrowing actually has an impact, and also depending on the rate at which the government is borrowing. But then it is important to lay this extension. You think the T-bill that is issued by the BOG and then the T-bill that are issued by the Ministry of Finance, they are two different instruments, and both instruments have two different objectives. So, for example, if you see the T-bill that is issued by the central bank, the main aim of that instrument is what? Is to reduce inflation. So the main aim of that is to mop up excess liquidity from the economy. So anytime you see inflation going up, or even when you see the Bank of Ghana making some payments through fiscal authorities, you see that within the next month or so, the BOJ will issue those T-bills so that it will mop up those excess liquidity. So if you have followed the story very well, you see that the rate at which the Bank of Ghana pays for its T-bill is very high compared to what the rate at which the fiscal authorities, for that matter, the Ministry of Finance pays, right? Currently, the Ministry of Finance is paying something between, I think, 13, 14% thereabout. But the last time that the DOJ issued its treasury bill, I think it was about 20.5 to 21.5. I think it was plus or minus 5% thereabout. That is what we saw. Now, the main aim is that for the BOD, it is to mop up extra liquidity. So if I have money and then I'll be tempted to spend in the economy, the BOD would then offer me a high rate, which will be an incentive for me not to spend that money, but rather to invest in an instrument. So that is what the BOD does. But as far as the government of Ghana through fiscal authorities, the Ministry of Finance is concerned, they normally issue these T-bills as a form of raising money to pay back existing government instruments that are maturing, and sometimes the rest they put it into capital expenditure to also cater for other expenditure like recurrent expenditure like salaries and so on and so forth. So that is the aim of these instruments. But overall, if the government is borrowing more, like I said, it simply means that there will be little or no liquidity available for you and I to borrow. And once there will be little or no liquidity, it will simply mean that the price will go up. This price is referring to the interest rate at which we are supposed to borrow. So it may not necessarily mean that the NPR has come down, but the fact that a lot of people are chasing for few liquidity or cash available so that they can also have access to these cash to invest and expand their businesses. Of course, we would also have the interest rate within that range also seeing an upward adjustment.
I see. Doc, earlier you were talking about some policies that we can put in place. I mean, you said the Bank of Ghana needs to put in certain policies. I'm going to come to you on that one. But could a stronger competition among the banks and maybe microfinance institutions force the rates to come down in any way?
Yeah, I mean, I have been an advocate of having a competition policy in Ghana. That is very important. But within the financial sector, I think the rates have always been competitive. I don't think there is any one bank, 2 or 3 banks that charge the same rate, if I remember, as far as I've had the opportunity to look at it. I think the rates have always been competitive. And these rates have been informed by, one, the policy rate, they're very important. Supply and demand, they're very important. I mean, in terms of what government wants, in terms of what consumers want, in terms of what government is willing to pay. And in most cases, government is willing to pay above the market price, which is the market interest rate, which simply means that banks will be more interested in lending to government. So if you look at, I think there is this report, I've forgotten the name of this, there's this report on the banking sector that looked at the commercial bank investments over, I think, from a period of 2014 to, I think, 2020 or 2022 thereabout. Yeah, I think 2022. So you see that if you read that report from 2013, 2014, 2015 thereabout, you see that the total investment as far as government instruments are concerned, we're doing something roughly within the range of 30%. But from 2016, 2017 coming, you realize that commercial banks all of a sudden increase their lending to government, that's in terms of government instruments, to a little over 60% thereabout. That is telling that they almost about 100% increase over the years. That tells you that over the years, government has really been inducing the market by paying very competitive premium to commercial banks as far as their instrument issuance are concerned. Now, once this becomes the baseline, it will be very, very, very difficult for any commercial bank to say we are giving loans or instruments to businesses and consumers below this rate. I mean, at the end of the day, banks exist to make money, right? Yeah. They exist to create money, and they can only create money by what? By lending out money to people who are ready and able to pay the rate at which will keep them going. So it becomes a very dicey situation here that not necessarily the competition policy will be important as far as the financial sector, but I think a competition policy will be more important to the businesses aspect in terms of pricing of products. I think that is where it is very, very important. But within the banking sector framework, I think the baseline or the floor has been regulated and set by the BOG, which is through its monetary policy rate. And for that matter, you cannot charge anything below the monetary policy rate. So, for example, today that we are seeing the monetary policy rate to be 21.5%. Given that this is the monetary policy rate, you don't expect any bank to give out loans and charge 15%, of course, because the rate at which you are getting the money from the central bank is 21. So how do you then charge 15%? It means that you'll be making losses, and how do you make up for these losses? So that aspect has been regulated very well by the central bank. Now, what is important that I think that we need to be looking at is in terms of the marginals, the additions that come atop the NPR rate. And that is where it is critical. That is where some banks are overdoing it in terms of the risk levels, right? So you see NPR to be maybe 21%. You see inflation to be maybe 13.5%, which obviously tells you that the rate, this inflation is setting in. So if you are giving out money, you are certain that the money will not depreciate that much over the years. And for that matter, you do not also need to charge more as far as depreciation, which is primarily determined by inflation is concerned. So what you should be looking at is this factor of risk, the uncertainty of paying or not paying back this loan, and also the fact that your also business administration and costs are concerned, because you also need to pay your workers and so on and so forth. These are the critical factors that you may need to consider in pricing your interest rate. I think that is the part that maybe if the BOD could come in and set certain criteria, and it will be important that in doing these criteria, we look at mitigating risk. And that is why I think I am of the view that a policy like the credit scoring system should be relooked again. It doesn't matter which government wanted to implement it, but a credit scoring system is one of the things that I think if we are going to look at it and rightly implement, then we are going to have a mitigation of this risk, which guarantees that even when even when inflation rate is dropping, you still find commercial banks charging exorbitant rate because they are not sure whether you will pay back this money on time or not. I think that is the part that we should be more focused on in using policy to tackle.
All right, Doc. Maybe we'll touch on a few things, but I was going to ask of other reforms that you may want to propose, but I think you've covered that, isn't it? Or are there some other things you may want to mention?
Yes. So in terms of reforms, I think we've had enough reforms over the past years. I think what we need to do now is to be intentional about the things we do. Look, I mostly tell my students that development is intentional. You don't sleep and wake up and see development. No. Yeah. All the countries that have had development, they were intentional about it. And development also takes time. It's very important that we get to know this. Economic policies necessarily do not mature over one period, one year period. Sometimes it can even take 10 to 15 years, 20 years. depending on the lag of the policy, that we will actually see progress. But what is important is that we must be deliberate and intentional about policies and pursue it irrespective of government changes. That is the only way we can break some of the gaps that we are seeing. Because if we implement credit scoring today, I bet you it will not actually mitigate the issues I'm raising this morning. But one of the things that I'm so sure about is that within the next 5 to 10 years, we would have mitigated the issues that we are talking about today. So that is the fact that when I talk about we being intentional about policies, and we also not being political with government policies, it's important that we depoliticize politics out of economic decisions. It's very important. Economic decisions and politics don't mix. Of course, politicians mostly implement economic decisions. But once you politicize economic decisions, it doesn't really give you the much intended result that has been earned in certain countries, as we are all witnesses to. So it is important that we become very intentional and deliberate about the things we want to do to change the structure of our economy.
Right.
Another most important thing is the fact that we should be able to raise enough domestic revenue. Now, how do we do this? It means that we have to create enough incentives for the people, not just foreigners. You see, when we talk about raising revenue, people think that do this. It means that we have to create enough incentives for the people, not just foreigners. You see, when we talk about raising revenue, people think that we should all be looking at FDI, foreign direct investment, by relaxing our investment laws so that people will come in and fleece us. That is not the case. But when we are looking at investment, you see, the best or the most important capital that we have as a country is the citizens, you and I, and nothing more. It is not the natural resources that we have. So, you see, most of these advanced countries that have been able to develop even with that natural resources is the fact that they have been intentional about their citizens, they have empowered their citizens, and their citizens are the ones who are paying for the development that you and I travel to these countries and see. It is not foreign direct investment that is paying for that development. It is taxpayers' money that's paying for that investment. But when you look at the Ghanaian system, we have a system whereby the last time that I perused the data, we had barely 2.5 million of a population of about 34 million that pays tax. So invariably, it simply means is that a chunk of the projects that we need to fund will be paid by foreigners. When I say foreigners, I mean that foreign direct investment through either we are going to issue bonds, among other things, or we are relaxing our laws so that people can come in with even $100,000 to invest and recoup back their investment in millions of Ghana cedis and go back home. That is certainly what we are creating. And we cannot continue to live our lives to govern as a country in this manner. We need to be intentional about development. And this is why it is important that government over the years, including the current government, deliberately resource and empower Ghanaians to the extent that Ghanaians will be able to produce and sell in larger quantities. That is the import substitution that we've been talking about, so that we'll be able to raise enough tax revenue. Again, another form of incentivizing Ghanaians is through a credit scoring system. My brother, look, there has been the talk that if a mason works and takes 100, let's say 10,000 Ghana cedis, he doesn't pay tax, and we are always witnesses to this.
Yeah.
But you and I, the work that we do, we may not be earning that amount of money, but we pay tax.
Yeah.
Even if you earn 2,000 Ghana cedis, you pay tax on it. A mason or a carpenter goes to work for less than 8 hours, he takes 10,000 Ghana cedis and he works home. Now, if there is an incentive for this mason for him to pay tax, he would pay tax. And a country like South Africa, if you go there, you see people in queues trying to file their tax return.
Wow.
Why is it so? Because there is an incentive when you file your tax returns to show that you are paying tax. There is an incentive that you get. Those are the incentives that I think policies deliberately need to create. And examples are there. So many of them are there. So that people will be incentivized to pay tax. If a credit scoring system will allow you to have access to certain capital goods, of which you may not necessarily need to pay upfront, then of course, if I am a carpenter, I would want any payment to pass through my mobile so that my credit will be built, so that I can equally also walk to a Toyota showroom or any vehicle assembly plant and say, look, given my credit scoring, please give me a car and give me a contract to pay back in 5 years, and you will get it. These are the incentives that you create for people to what? To declare themselves and to open themselves up in paying taxes. And these are the incentives and policies that I am of the view that government today and government tomorrow should pursue so that we can reverse the losses that we've incurred as a country as far as our development architecture and framework is concerned.
All right, Doc, thank you very, very much. Maybe just before we go, so if inflation continues to ease, do you expect the Bank of Ghana to cut rate even further in the next few months, maybe 6 to 12 months?
Yes, if inflation continues to ease, and like I rightly said, if global uncertainties are also simmered, then of course you would expect the BOU to cut the rates further. But however, if global uncertainty, especially around energy markets and energy prices, become highly volatile, then of course I do not necessarily expect them to cut the rate. Even if they would cut the rate, it will not be as massive as what we've seen last week.
All right, Doc, thank you very, very much for your time, and thanks so much for spending your morning with us. Really, really grateful to you this morning.
You're most welcome. My pleasure.
All right, so please do enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully we have several other conversations in the coming days.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so that was Dr. Frank Bano. Dr. Frank Bano is a director of research at the Institute of Economic Research and Public Policy, and he joined us this morning for a big roundtable discussion. We're asking a simple question: that will the policy rate cut to 21.5% bring real relief to borrowers? And Doctor has said a whole lot. He says that it takes a lot of things to be able to see the real return. There are some reforms that we need to do as a country, and it's actually a whole lot that we have to do. If we are unable to do that, then we shouldn't expect any cuts in our borrowing cost as a country in the coming days. And so that's how we wrap up this morning on the Business Breakfast on Zed right here. And we heard the numbers, we heard the history there, and the hard truth about policy rates and also lending in Ghana. Now, one thing is clear: the Bank of Ghana may have fired a shot, but whether the bullet reaches households and businesses depends so much more on the policy rate. I mean, more than the policy rate alone. And my hope is that this conversation has not only given you some clarity, but also stirred some of the questions you'll be asking your banker, your business partners, and even yourself in the days ahead. Thank you very much for staying with us, and a big thank you to our guest, Dr. Frank Bano, for helping us unpack this. My name is Nichebi Hammond, and as always, it's been a pleasure spending this time with you. Please stay safe, stay hopeful, and let's keep the conversation going. And when you think Ghana, think Zed. I'll see you all.